Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Amity Institute of International Studies, I welcome you all to VIJIGISHU 2022, an international level 3-day e-conference organized by the Amity Institute of International Studies in collaboration with African Studies Association, Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and the Center for Policy Research and Governance, with an aim to bring together erudite young scholars, diplomats, and experts in the field of international studies on a single platform. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Amity Education Group, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Dean, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, President of Delhi-based Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, Professor Ajay Dubey, Chairperson, Special Center for National Security Studies and the Center for African Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, His Excellency High Commissioner, Mr. Sibusiso Nedbele, South African Ambassador to India, and His Excellency Muhammad Maliki, the Ambassador, Embassy of Kingdom of Morocco. We are extremely honored and glad to have you all in our midst. The theme for VIJIGISHU 2022 is Synergizing India-Africa Relationship, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects. This event will be held for 3 consecutive days via Zoom and will be telecasted live on Facebook. To set the bar rolling on the conference, on an auspicious note, I urge the distinguished guests of honor, organizers, presenters, and fellow attendees to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati and join us for the lighting of the lamp.
Meanwhile, I take this opportunity to welcome all our dignitaries, excellencies, to this event. So very warm welcome to you, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Now that we've kickstarted the event on an auspicious note and moving ahead with the event, I would like to request Dr. Neha Sinha, Amity Institute of International Studies, to provide us with a better understanding of the conference and guide us by introducing the theme of VIJIGISHU 2022. Dr. Neha Sinha is currently an assistant professor at the Amity Institute of International Studies. She has worked as a research fellow with the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi, India. Prior to joining the ICWA, she worked as an associate fellow at the Vivekananda International Foundation, New Delhi. She has pursued her PhD from the Center for African Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India, Her specialization is in the African region, migration, and diaspora studies. Dr. Neha Sinha has presented papers at various national and international academic conferences and has a considerable volume of publications. So, ma'am, without any further ado, I request you to kindly take over.
Thank you, Moksha. Distinguished panelists, participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and namaste to you all. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, it is my privilege to introduce the theme of the conference on Synergizing India-Africa Relationship, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects. I'm thankful to Professor Nagalakshmi Raman, Head of Institute AIIS, for giving me this opportunity to introduce the theme of this three-day international e-conference. My learning on Africa has been sharpened under the supervision of my guide, Professor Ajay Dubey. Whatever little I know about Africa is because of his guidance, and I'm glad to have him among the other esteemed panelists today. Dating back several centuries, the relation between India and the African countries are driven and shaped by a number of factors, including trade and investment, cultural, historical, and political engagements. Over the years, developmental cooperation between India and Africa has expanded, and now India is considered a major partner for African nations. Usually, the discussion on Africa tends to be framed in the terms of security, and therefore mainly confined to threats, instability, and military strategies. Thus, this conference intentionally also focuses on issues and areas other than geopolitics. India, Africa, and the relationship, they all face the same challenges of dealing with non-traditional security threats. Therefore, it is critical for key stakeholders in India and Africa to come together, find practical ways to cooperate, and fight the challenges together. India and African nations also share similar developmental challenges and therefore hold stakes in deepening cooperation in areas like food, energy, and water security. Energy security and climate change are two sides of the same coin, and therefore the conference will also discuss these issues and their interconnections with the sustainable development. Africa had launched Agenda 2063, which is a blueprint for Africa's development. African states are also working actively towards achieving targets of sustainable development goals. India's developmental assistance is being harmonized with the goals of Agenda 2063 and SDGs. The discussion will also cover India's developmental support to Africa and the prospects for building infrastructure on the continent. This conference is an attempt to bring together academia, strategic thinkers, and policymakers from India and African countries to discuss and evaluate India's partnership with Africa in various sectors and explore new emerging areas of cooperation for further strengthening the India-Africa ties. The conference will have 6 technical sessions and 2 plenary sessions. The conference strives to cover, but not limit the discussion to the following themes. 1, India-Africa relationship, prospects and challenges. 2nd, India and Africa enhancing cooperation on global issues. 3rd, Indian diaspora in Africa, role and their contribution. 4th, Agenda 2063 and taking stock of India-Africa development partnership. 5th, India and Africa moving towards a comprehensive and diverse partnership. 6th, enhancing India-Africa trade and investment linkages. And finally, India-Africa cooperation for security, stability, and sustainability, where we would be focusing on energy, environment, food, and health security. The objective of the conference is to emphasize on the various contemporary issues of India-Africa relationship and its orientation in the contemporary times. Together with the eminent experts of the domain, foreign policy officers, senior professors, research scholars, and students, we are hoping to meet the objectives to deliberate on the significance and importance of India-Africa partnership, to dissect the diverse facet of engagement of global and other major powers in influencing India-Africa relationship, to analyze the opportunities and challenges for India-Africa relationship, and to synthesize the views coming from diverse sources, understand geostrategic, political, economic, social, cultural dimension, and intricacies of the Indo-African region in the New World Order. With this, I wish all of us have a fruitful and intellectual discussion on this topic. Thank you. Over to you, Moksha.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a detailed explanation. I now request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman, Director and Head, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, to accord a formal welcome to all those who've joined us today. Professor Nagalakshmi M. Raman is the director and head of the Amity Institute of International Studies since 2017. Prior to this, she was the assistant director at Amity International Center for Post-Harvest Technology and Cold Chain Management, Amity University. She has a PhD in political science and a master's in public administration. Professor Raman specializes in various areas such as public administration, international studies, public policy, human resource management, and e-governance, to name a few. She is the recipient of the Exemplary Leadership in Education Award, Outstanding Professor for Holistic Development of Students Award at the recent World Education Leaders Summit, and in 2021, organized by INSEAD and SPACE. I request ma'am to kindly take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Moksha. Thank you, Dr. Neha. And I would like to first and foremost thank our beloved Honorable VC ma'am, who has taken time to join us and bless us all for this grand success of this event. I'm really thankful to you, ma'am, that you have spared some time for us. So going ahead with this the small brief, first and foremost, again, I would like to express my gratitude to our great visionary, our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who has always inspired and motivated me to contribute towards the nation building. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir, for the inspiration and moral support. Again, I would like to express my thanks to our beloved Honorable VC Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla. Without her continued support and guidance, I wouldn't be standing here. So it is her guided support throughout that I'm here. I'm able to speak over here. Further, I put forth my sincere thanks to our great missionary and our Dean AIIS. A very warm good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us this 3-day International E-Conference VIJIGISHU 2022 on the theme Synergizing India-Africa Relationship, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects, being organized by AIIS in collaboration with African Studies Association, Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad, the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Center for Policy Research and Governance. I extend my formal welcome to all our collaborators. I extend warm welcome to all the dignitaries of this conference who have spared their valuable time to make this conference a grand success. And I'm really privileged and happy to welcome our Honorable VC ma'am, who has taken time for this event from her busy schedule. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, just talking about a little bit about VIJIGISHU, in Kautilya's Rajmandala conception of VIJIGISHU, it is a state which aspires to be victorious and successful in its power and influence. In a world of anarchic nature, each nation state tries hard to be VIJIGISHU through their various political and economic diplomatic endeavors. Now, talking about the theme of the conference, Synergizing India-Africa Relationship, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects. As we all know, India and Africa have traditionally shared an excellent relations both at individual country level and at the Pan-African level. Historical, political trade prides are underpinned by the shared anti-colonial struggle in 20th century. So here the people of Africa and India are among many threads that link both sides of the special bonds of friendship, solidarity, or testimony to the strong people-to-people connect, which in turn feeds into the close partnership between the governments. India and Africa have many advantages that can be leveraged for mutual benefit, including young population or youth dividend on innovative and dynamic people. India is committed supporting the aspiration of African people and working together to address the key challenges. It is the opportune time to unleash untapped potential of Africa-India partnership and are jointly leveraging opportunities to collaborate in all areas, including health, green, sustainable development, education, including again skilling, IT, agriculture, digital economy, including emerging technologies like AI and blockchain, etc. As a part of ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, India is happy to share its developmental experience with other friendly developing countries. The 3 India-African Forum Summits that have been held in 2008, 11, and 2015 have been important platforms to deepen this relationship. Their wide-reaching agenda and concrete action plans and outcomes signify the strength, path, depth of the special ties between India and Africa. So, as Dr. Neha has already briefed about further the theme of this conference, I would like to walk through the entire event. So, giving this convergence of interest 2022 to be very important year to transform the ties into mutually beneficial relations. We'll be hearing from the experts in the next 3 days. So I'll be just walking through about the VIJIGISHU 2022. Here we are very proud today that we have chief guest, as a chief guest, High Commissioner, His Excellency, uh, Mr. Nedbole from South African Ambassador to India, keynote speaker, Professor Ajay Dubey, Chairperson, Special Center for National Security Studies and the Center for African Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, the President of Delhi-based Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad, and distinguished speaker, His Excellency Mohammad Maliki, Ambassador, Embassy of Kingdom, Morocco to India. It will be a pleasure and privilege to hear all these eminent speakers in the inaugural session. As a director and head of AIIS, I'm privileged to extend hearty welcome to all the delegates and participants across the country and abroad for the e-conference. Further walking through the technical session or plenary sessions. In day one, we have plenary session. The theme is Africa relationship with India, the diplomat view. Ambassador Anil Trigunath, Distinguished Fellow VIF, will be chairing the session. The panelists are His Excellency Mr. Alam These, the Ambassador of Embassy of State of Eritrea, His Excellency Mulugete T. Mulugete, Ambassador Embassy of Ethiopia to India, His Excellency Rasomolina, Embassy of Republic of Madagascar, His Excellency Willie Kipkorir Bet, High Commissioner, Kenya High Commissioner, New Delhi, and we have with him we have Ms. Esther Karima Muta, Education Attaché, Mr. Jared Buronga Maiki, the Trade Attaché. In technical session 1, Agenda 2063, taking stock of India-Africa Development Partnership. This is being chaired by Ms. Ruchita Beri, IDSA, co-chaired by Ms. Kirti Lata Ram, International Africa Coordinator, former Senior Advisor, Government of Mauritius. We have presenters from prestigious universities of India, including University of Delhi, Central University of Gujarat, Rutledge, VIF, and ORF. In day 2, in the technical session 2, India-Africa relationship, prospects and challenges. This is being chaired by the Professor Yeringam, the Professor of Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. We have presenters here from National University of Singapore, CPRG, FICCI, and JNU. Technical session 3, India and Africa, moving towards comprehensive and diverse partnership. It is being chaired by Professor Yeringam, Professor, Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. We have presenters from UK and Amity University. Technical session 4, India and Africa Cooperation for Security, Stability and Sustainability, Energy, Environment, Food and Health. Security is being chaired by Professor Vijay Pratihari, Associate Professor, Jamia Millia, New Delhi. We have presenters from VIF and Amity University. Technical session 5, India and Africa, Enhancing Cooperation in Global Issues. This is being chaired by Professor Tanuja Singh, Dean SUS, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. We have presenters from Myanmar and Amity University. Now coming to day 3, technical session 6, Indian diaspora in Africa, role and their contribution is being chaired by Professor Aprajita Biswas, former Professor, Director of Center for African Studies, University of Mumbai. We have presenters from Princeton University, JNU, ARSP, Bennett University. In plenary session 2, Enhancing India-Africa Trade and Investment Linkages is being chaired by Ambassador Shashank, former Foreign Secretary of India. The panelists are Ambassador Manju Seth, former Ambassador, Madagascar, Ambassador Dr. D.P. Srivastav, Distinguished Fellow, VIF, Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya, Jadavpur University, Mr. Gautam Ghosh, Senior Director of FICCI, Professor Aslam Khan, Department of Gandhian and Peace Studies, Mahatma Gandhi Central University. Finally, in valedictory session and dignitaries who had given kind consent of their presence to be a part of the sessions and enrich our students' knowledge by sharing their expertise. This address is by Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, Distinguished Fellow, Foreign Studies Program at Gateway House, Valedictory remark by Ambassador Kumar Tuhin, Director General, Indian Council of Cultural Relations. Guest of honor by Shri V. Muralidharan, Ministry of State, Ministry of External Affairs. The only difference in this conference is that entire conference will be handled digitally. We will be walking through all the SIPs that students need to follow to have hassle-free and smooth throughout 3-day conference. The major outcome that we expect from this conference is the national and international framework for the set theme. Further outcome of this conference has always been the betterment of our students. So we hope that students participate in such activities in large number and make this conference a successful one. I'm eagerly looking forward to the suggestions and recommendations, actionable outcome reports that you all are going to produce by weaving together the perspective from all corners. I would like to conclude my speech here by encouraging the delegates to participate at large in all activities and discussions through the digital platforms for the next 3 days. I wish everyone successful, safe, and fruitful conference. I once again thank our beloved Honorable VC ma'am to be here in this conference. Thank you so much. Over to Moksha.
Thank you so much, Nagalakshmi ma'am. I would now like to extend my warm welcome to Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla is the Vice Chancellor of Amity University. She holds an MTech degree from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She also serves as a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and information technology. Professor Shukla has held a variety of posts during her course of the 30-year-long career. She has been a vital team member driving the exponential expansion of Amity Group's higher education business with a strategic perspective and the capacity to think creatively. Professor Shukla is an astute designer of a special Flexi framework that comprises an outcome-based education, Flexi choice-based credit system, and Education 4.0. Professor Shukla has been on advisory boards as well as served as an independent director on the board of companies, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and various NGOs. She is a recipient of prestigious awards and honors, such as Distinguished Academician, Outstanding Administrator 2012 by Balkanji Bari International, Bharatiya Manav Adhikar Samman 2012 for Peace, Harmony, Protection, and Promotion of Human Rights, Outstanding Leader in Education, and Person of the Year Award in 2013. Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, I humbly request you to kindly take the stage and enlighten us with your words of wisdom.
Very good morning to
Ma'am, you are muted. Ma'am, kindly unmute.
thank you very much. A very honorable guest, Ambassador Virendra Gupta ji, President of Delhi.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Good morning to all the esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, all the participants. I extend very warm welcome to our honorable guest, Ambassador Virendra Gupta ji, President of Delhi-based Antarashtriya Sahyog Parisar, Council for International Collaborations, our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ajay Dubey, Chairperson, Special Center for National Security Studies and Center for African Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Roget Mossi Nyamale, Democratic Republic of Congo and Dean of the African Missions, distinguished speaker, High Commissioner, Excellency Mr. Sebastiso Debele, South African Ambassador to India, and my colleagues, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Lakshmi, Raman, and all the faculty members and the participants. First of all, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Deans, Head of Institutions, faculty members, I extend very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and the speakers for our annual feature, the event, the e-conference VIJIGISHU 2022 on the theme Synergizing India and African Relationships, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects. India has been enjoying a very good relationship with the South African countries, and Amity has a special relationship with the higher education institutions in 48 countries in the South Africa, which was a very bad project of our former President, late Dr. APJ Kalam, when the Pan-African Network e-learning project was initiated, and Amity was the one among the 5 universities and only private university to impart the education through e-learning to the students of 48 countries. And that, though that project is over, but still Amity University is still collaborating and imparting the e-learning education, online education. And in the second phase of the project, Amity has introduced the many. So therefore, Amity also has a relationship with the South African countries where we have our own school and imparting the education. So I think the education is the most important, developing the talent, developing the manpower who will contribute to the economic development. We remember when our former president, late Dr. APJ Kalam, in one of the meeting when he said that, going to gift to South African countries. So people thought the gift means that maybe there's some money will be given, certain $1 billion and all those. But he said we'll give the gift of education, and that's how this Pan-African project was initiated. Over these years, 10 plus years, how build the relationships, and those relationships, I'm sure, what the higher education institution from India has contributed in the education to the South African continent will surely be one of the very important aspects of building that the long-term economic ties, the diplomatic relationships. I would like to congratulate Dr. Naga Lakshmi Raman for choosing this year's theme on the India-Africa relationships and how we can really further contribute. And I'm thankful to the African Studies Association, Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad, and the FICCI and the Center for Policy Research and Governance partnering for this conference. And I'm sure that all these partnering organizations are going to bring the perspective that how we can really strengthen the relationship between the two the two countries, because we have so many things are common, and that India took so many years to get independent, and many of the African countries also had the freedom struggle in their life, and the link of our the father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, how he has and had the freedom struggle in in, in African, and how still his imprints are there, and we see that how the sports play a very important role between building the relationship between the two countries, and how the African players are admired by so many Indians, and we see that how the demographically how many Indians are contributing directly to the economic development of the nation. So the themes which you have the organizing team had chosen, whether it's having the view Africa's relationship with the India, diplomats view on the panel discussion, which will be chaired by the Ambassador Anil Tungunath, a distinguished fellow of the VIF India, or whether the agenda 2060 and taking stocks of India Africa development partnership, I think, is going to focus a lot many aspects, and or India Africa relationship prospects and the challenges, how the other countries have come and invested in the African continent, and how changing global scenario, how really the India and Africa can realign its relationships, and India Africa moving towards the comprehensive and diverse partnership is the need of the hour, and how that these two countries can really collaborate in all aspects, education, economy, and others. And most importantly, for the security, stability, and sustainability, whether it's energy or environment, food or health security, all aspects, how really these two countries can work together. Um, and also it's the need of the both the countries can enhance cooperations in the various global issues. We have very large Indian diaspora in Africa, and what role they have played in the and what contribution they have made to the in the Africa is also need to be discussed, and how further they can contribute in big way. And at the end, all relationship converge at the trade and investment, and that is from the ages. So how that can be enhanced, the trade and investment linkages between the two countries. And I'm sure that these all the themes of the various panel discussion or the presentations are going to bring a lot of new ideas, new aspects, which will be of great interest to the scholars, to the researchers, further to focus on their research on those aspects. And Amity, being the research and innovation driven university, always focuses on the key themes and issues which can not only contribute to the nation building, but sustaining and enhancing the relationships with the various countries, and in particular the African continent countries. I'm sure this will give a lot of food for thought to all the researchers, scientists, and areas where they can continue to work. And when we meet at the next, uh, you know, at the conference of the VIJIGISHU, there will a lot more will be there. So once again, I extend very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, and congratulate Dr. Naga Lakshmi and her entire team. I will be keen to learn from organizing team what is the outcome of this conference, because whatever the event we do, we always focus on the outcome, and that's the how building the stronger relationship with the invited speakers, how we can work together on various important aspects, building the uh, uh, building the contribute to the nation building one side, at the same time we can have the economic development and be the fully developed nation in the Amrit Kal, which our Honorable Prime Minister have said, and one side, and also be contribute as a nation in the knowledge and development of the people globally. And with this, I wish all the best to the organizing team for the grand success of this conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for offering such potent observations to synergize India-Africa relations. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Dean, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, to kindly address the audience. Dr. Professor Prakash is a sociologist, and prior to joining Amity University, she served as a professor for sociology, head Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, and the coordinator for the Center of Women's Studies at JP University. She also served as the Chief of Women's Studies and Societal Development Unit at BIS Pilani, Founder Director, UCC Center for Women's Studies and Department of Humanistic Studies. She's been invited as a scholar, consultant, guest speaker, and visiting faculty at many international forums. She's been teaching in the field of psychology, gender studies, health systems, conflict management, and is an active researcher in social sciences. She is currently working on projects sponsored by various national and international agencies. Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, ma'am, I humbly request you to kindly take the floor.
Moksha, Dr. Nirupama Prakash ma'am has given her blessings and she'll be joining later because she has got some meeting urgently.
Nirupama is in a very important meeting. For next 45 minutes, she will not be available. So she may be invited later on during the day.
Yes.
And maybe I don't know how many meetings she has because we have the day, very important international visit on our campus. So being the domain head, she will be, engaged. Check her time when.
Yes, ma'am. We will surely check that up. And Dr. Nirupama ma'am was here. She has given her blessings and she'll be joining us later. So Moksha, I think we can go ahead with the next visit. Dr. Nirupama Prakash ma'am will be joining us later. Right. And
So
yes, Moksha. Yeah. Hello.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, should I continue?
Yeah,
Yes,
you can
Moksha.
kindly go ahead and continue. Before going ahead, I would just like to do a small correction while I was walking through this program. The technical session 2 is being chaired by Dr. J. Mosa, Associate Professor, Center for African Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Somehow I missed out this technical session 2, India-Africa Relationship Prospects and Challenges. Once again, apologies for that. And kindly go ahead, Moksha.
So moving ahead with the rest of the events for the day, I would like to now take this opportunity to welcome Ambassador Virendra Gupta, President of the Delhi-based Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad. Ambassador Virendra Gupta retired as a diplomat in 2016 after completing 37 years with the Indian Foreign Service. He served as India's High Commissioner to Tanzania, Trinidad and Tobago, and finally South Africa. He served as a Deputy Director General of India's largest security studies think tank, IDSA, that is Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, and as a Director General of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR. He is currently associated with a number of non-governmental organizations and think tanks and takes active interest in international relations and public policy issues. As the president of the well-known NGO, Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, he is particularly focused on the Indian diaspora and neighborhood issues. He has edited several books, including Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, The Untold Story, India's Neighborhood, Challenges Ahead, and Energy Security, Asia-Pacific Perspective, and has contributed chapters in various books, including a recent publication, The Modi Doctrine, New Paradigms in India's Foreign Policy. He has been regularly writing on topical issues in various prestigious newspapers and magazines. Sir, it is indeed an honor to have you with us today, and I humbly request you to kindly take on the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, it is a pleasure for Antarashtriya Sahayog Parishad to be partnering this very important conference. At a personal level, it is such a pleasure for me to be joining this conference from South Africa, and an honor to be sharing the panel with such distinguished people, some of whom are very close friends. Professor Nirupama Prakash, Dean at Amity Institute of International Relations, Professor Shukla, the Vice Chancellor of the Amity University, Professor Nagalakshmi Raman, Professor Ajay Dubey, Excellencies, Ambassador of Democratic Republic of Congo, Ambassador of South Africa, Ambassador of Morocco, and so many other people who are going to join the conference in the next 3 days. I greet all of you. It is an important conference, and I'm happy that one of our leading private universities, Amity, has taken this initiative in organizing this conference. I've always felt that we need to devote greater attention to studying India-Africa relations. And it's a pity that not too many conferences, in fact, I would like more and more conferences, more and more academic institutions to refocus. Why I say refocus, because there was a time when there was a lot of attention being given. For a while, then we lost focus. I think Africa is extremely important. We have a huge relationship. We have a very rich past, which is embodied with a lot of empathy and understanding and brotherly feeling. And we have a huge prospect. So I think we need to build on that. Now, as has become fashion these days, any relationship that you begin to assess, you first of all figure out as to how much do you need that relationship for yourself. And I think there's nothing wrong in it, because it is a natural instinct for people to look at things from their own self perspective. So I think we need Africa from the point of view of securing energy resources, diversifying our energy supplies, and not only energy supplies, but also other critical commodities, some of which are already in the, we are talking about it, some of which may emerge in the future. I think it is, without doubt, Africa will remain one of the most important sources of natural resources. And then, of course, as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, an important opportunity for Indian companies for trade and investment in view of Africa's growing economy. India and Africa share a past of colonial oppression and subjugation, and I think a very strong support when we became independent after that for the decolonization struggle and the anti-apartheid struggle. So I think, therefore, a strong sense of empathy has been built up in our relationship. But what is important to recognize is that this relationship cannot be solely premised on that. We have to bear in mind that there is a whole lot of young generation in Africa which may have very little idea of the colonial past. So I think their expectations, their excitement, their vision has to be built on what India and Africa can do together. Now, what are our strengths and which can be leveraged? Vice Chancellor talked about the Indian diaspora. We have a huge 3 million plus Indian diaspora, which has been doing wonderful work. Their role has been recognized in various countries as having made important contribution to socio-economic development. Then India is also a source of relevant technologies and great educational facilities. Now, I think, why do I mention it? because when an African sees the development in India, he would look upon it as something to be inspired by, something to replicate in his own country, and not merely an object of admiration, admire as you do by looking at things in a museum. When an African student comes to India, he, after getting his education, he goes back to India, to his own country, and contributes to the socio-economic development of that country. Unlike what happens if an African student goes to Europe or goes to America, like if an Indian student goes to study in America, he never comes back. He never gets to make a due contribution to the socio-economic development. So I think India's educational facilities, India's technology is extremely relevant. Now, when you talk about India-Africa relationship, it has become a tendency these days to benchmark and to measure the relationship in terms of dollars and cents. How much of the concessional financing, how much of the lines of credit, how much of the grants that we are providing, as if we are in a competition with the other countries. Yes, there are other countries also engaged in expanding their linkages with Africa. But I think that is not the strength of our relationship. We should not be doing it in terms of that. What is important to bear in mind is that our relationship is very unique and very special. It is as if it is between the brothers. So therefore, as between the brothers, the sensitivity, the sense of equality is extremely important. This is not a relationship between an aid giver and an aid receiver, because even if the brothers help each other, it is with that sense of equality, it is with that sense that we are contributing to the development of yourself, and it is in a sense of developing greater partnership. I think I can say with great confidence that under Modi government, in the last 8-9 years, very important steps have been taken to redress some of the shortcomings of the past. For instance, many high-level visits. What was happening earlier was that a lot of African leaders would come to India, but Indian leaders were not finding time. And I think that was not somehow appreciated by African countries. We must remember the most important characteristic, the most important attribute of our relationship with Africa. There is a huge potential. And of course, other speakers will talk about it. There is empirical evidence that this relationship can be advanced many folds. But what has to be borne in mind that this is an equal relationship between brothers, and I think we must bear the sensitivity of the Africans in mind all the time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce and welcome Professor Ajay Dubey, Chairperson, Special Center for National Security Studies and the Center for African Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Ajay Dubey holds a master's degree in political science and has done his MPhil and PhD in international studies. His research areas are international studies, foreign policy, African affairs, and diaspora studies. His books on African affairs include India and Africa's Partnership, Trends in Indo-African Relations, France and Africa, an Indian Perspective, India and Francophone Africa under Globalization, Government and Politics in Mauritius, and Indo-African Relations in the post-Nehru era. He is also an editor-chief of 3 international peer-reviewed biannual journals, such as Diaspora Studies by Rutledge, The African Review by Taylor and Francis, and Insights in Africa by Sage Publications. Professor Dubey has published more than 36 research papers in journals or as book chapters. He's also been invited as a visiting professor and fellow in various institutions abroad. And he has worked on several collaborative research projects in international relations. He is currently the Secretary General of African Studies Association of India and the President of the Organization for Diaspora Initiative, Sir, I now request you to kindly take the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to join this conference, which is so timely and so well structured. First of all, on behalf of African Studies Association of India and my colleagues over there, I would like to thank Amity University, Dr. Neha Sinha, who had taken initiative to organize this conference. I see many distinguished colleagues of African Studies Association, including Ambassador Birendra Gupta, who was a visiting professor with JNU earlier, with us, and so many of you, and especially the young scholars over there. Honorable Balwinder Suklaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Professor Nirupma Prakash, Ambassador Birendra Gupta, who is a very close associate of the association, High Commissioner of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Sibusi Ondebele, distinguished speaker, His Excellency Muhammad Maliki, Ambassador of Embassy of Kingdom of Morocco, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor of Amity University, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, my several colleagues from African Studies Association of India, excellencies, teachers from different universities, and especially the young students who are here. Once again, I welcome you as partner of African Studies Association of India, which is an all India subject association of African studies. As Ambassador Birendra Gupta was saying that India-Africa is not being discussed adequately, and it needs to be studied in greater details. And I agree with him. And conference like this not only fills that gap, but also brings in the young mind into different institutions to engage themselves with an important aspect of India's foreign policy, India's important partners. And it is in this context that synergizing India-Africa relations, contemporary reality, and emerging prospect is a very well articulated and very well planned conference as I was going through the theme of this. What is going to synergize India-Africa relations currently? How to build on this? And as you heard previous speaker, the historical goodwill that India-Africa have is an important component of that. India and Africa both were colonized, both were struggling against colonial powers. And as back as 1930, when Indian National Congress first foreign policy paper was penned by then in charge of foreign policy cell, Jawaharlal Nehru, who became first Prime Minister of India. It says, Indian independence will not be complete until unless Africa becomes independent, because independent India alone will not be able to do what an independent country does. And since then, India-Africa relation in terms of cooperation for decolonization till Africa became independent. When India became independent, and even before that, the Indian policy, as Ambassador Gupta said, against apartheid, racial discrimination in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, and other parts of the country, other parts of Africa, was a key driving point, key rallying point between India-Africa relation partnership. And that goodwill that came through that partnership in terms of working together for decolonization, working together to end the racial discrimination in Africa is an important legacy. That is an instrument, that is a legacy on which we can build and synergize our future partnership, because we have common experiences of working together. Even after decolonization, the challenges of how to shape the economy, the foreign policy of these two regions, Africa and India, was a major challenge. And as you know, Africa consists of 54 countries, diverse colonial experience, Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, Arabic-speaking Africa, all having very different colonial experience from what we experience in India, and then cooperating together to build a common future for both Indian and African people was a major challenge. And it is in this context that India-Africa relation came under the larger paradigm of non-alignment to begin with, and subsequently on economic front at South-South cooperation, where they were working to come together to mobilize the complementarity of resources that India and Africa has. India by late 70s has emerged as one of the important country in terms of knowledge economy, in terms of its industrial growth. And Africa, as always, has been very resourceful in terms of the mineral resources, in terms of agriculture product, in terms of primary commodities that it had. So there was a complementarity that started, but soon by 80s, we realized that that complementarity and that kind of relationship is not the one which is going to create a different relationship from the North-South. Where are we going to create a new pecking order, where the North-South relationship will be replaced by this new pecking order, where the middle-level country has a similar relationship with less developed country like Africa. And purposely from then onward, we decided to have a relationship which is qualitatively different. And by the time the South-South cooperation under leadership of Julius Nyerere and then his secretary Manmohan Singh, who were working in South commissions, they were working on this deliberately, how to reshape that and make it different relationship. As Ambassador Gupta said, it's not something which is a replication of North-South relationship. And then the globalization came. And in the globalization, you find that there are challenges and there were opportunity. The opportunity in the sense the traditional stronghold of developed countries, the traditional partners or colonial masters of Africa loosened. And they got opportunity to look beyond their traditional partner. And it in this context, that countries like India became very important economically also. And by then, India had developed its economic position, its economic diplomacy, its urge to reach out to the friendly country economically. And in 2008, the first India-Africa Forum Summit that was organized, and two others that were followed, that showed India's willingness to move beyond political, diplomatic, historic contact to economic contact. And under these India-Africa Forum Summit, there are more than $12 billion that have been committed under LOC for African countries. 98% of import commodities from Africa have been given zero tariff. So that the relationship between India and Africa is not one-sided, that we keep importing the primary commodities and keep putting restriction tariff on whatever else they want to export to India, like value-added items. And therefore, 98% of the product under Indian basket for import have been made duty-free for African countries. So that urge to keep India-Africa relation even different within globalization continues. This got an important thrust also under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who bridge some of the gaps that were existing, some of the lacuna that continue, that as was pointed out in terms of reaching out to African leaders by making top leaders visit African countries, and also reaching out to African countries, 54 of them, by larger number of embassies in Africa. So you have around 49 of them that have been sanctioned and planned and in some way operating in Africa by now. So reaching out of 54, 49 in Africa is a huge number for a country like India to go. As was pointed out, trade and investment is something that where India has major challenges of its own, but still before pandemic, it was touching around 70 billion. But when the pandemic came, we did demonstrate that Africa has a special place and a special treatment for India, where it has capacity to contribute in the pandemic area. And most of the African countries realized that how India made a special concession and a special reach out to African countries in these hard times. While synergizing our relationship, you look for several strengths that we have. And as you have planned in your session, Ambassador Gupta also pointed out, around 3 million people of Indian origin are there. They are not the one who has gone there in last 20 years. They are the one who are there since several decades. In fact, the first lot and the colonial listing was in Mauritius, 1834. Even before that, when the trade was going on along Kilwa and several other ports, we had Indian settlements. And what is important that this is not confined to the Anglophone Africa alone. The Francophone, the Lusophone Africa also have a very sizable, important, and resourceful Indian diaspora over there. They are African citizens. South Africa, where Indian is, where Ambassador Gupta was also ambassador and is speaking right now, 1.2 million, these diaspora, which is in some sense educationally, professionally developed more than even the white populations. And these are South Africans. And they are very important link between India and African countries to energize or to synergize the India-Africa relations. Enough has not been done to explore that potential and to promote India-Africa relation through them. I think we have done that quite a bit in developed countries, but given some of the reservation that African countries have on Indian diaspora in Africa, we had been very cautious. And I think that's the right policy to do that. When Africans are ready, when diaspora is ready, then only India should go in top gear to engage them. But what are the contemporary reality where India and Africa needs to take cognizance of and move forward? And I think one is that now the China had moved financially quite a bit in Africa. Many African countries relished that kind of engagement because the West and developed countries were not interested in pumping money. Country like India, despite its goodwill and support for African countries, didn't have enough money to support African countries financially. So over $200 billion have been pumped by China in Africa, and it has been a very positive engagement for Africa. But now it is showing that there are serious consequences of that. In the last 30 years, there had been tremendous increase of Chinese diaspora in Africa who have very different commitment to Africa compared to the very old Indian diaspora in Africa. There had been issues of paying back those debt that Chinese have given. There had been several issues, and therefore, in a situation where now India is re-looking at Africa under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, under the outline that he explained in Uganda in his address, where Africans are treated with utmost dignity, equality, and whatever relationship we'll have with them has to be a relationship where their wish and their priorities are accommodated and are given importance. So in that context, we need to see what is that Africans are looking for. As in academics, we have to look at this, and policymakers have their own take on that. But in my opinion, there are a few things that we need to look at in order to see how we are going to make India-Africa relation more strong, and also how we are going to look at it in a way that African priorities are accommodated. The first thing that I would say that the people-to-people contact has to be established. Africa and India needs to exchange people and have contact into diverse sector, not just in economic area, technological area, and exchange of high-level political delegation. Unless people-to-people contact come, we will not be able to synergize our relation. Also, the better understanding of Africa in the larger public of India. You cannot have a long-term sustained relationship with a region if there is no better understanding within the country itself. Africa had been projected in very negative image by the Eurocentric literature, Eurocentric media, and that image has to be changed in India. India is a democracy. Whatever the government decide, whatever the bureaucracy decide, ultimately the people have to give consent to that. You cannot do any relationship without a larger public support. And for Africa, Africa is priority for bureaucracy, for politics, but for leadership. But in general, we had not been doing adequately to reach out to the public, to treat Africans with the seriousness and with the importance that they deserve in our relationship. And we need to work on that to make Indian public more African people friendly and to more appreciative of their importance in our relationship. The third thing I would like to suggest, and though I know it's not a larger government policy, but in terms of African responses, whatever we are having, and in my own visit to African country, this line of credit business has to be diluted a bit, because line of credit that we have is not something that is working well. If you see the projects that are going, if they see the success rate in terms of execution, timely execution of that at least, is not satisfactory. Line of credit is something that we need to rethink and see whether we can find alternative ways, like foreign direct investment and things like that, to reach out to Africa. Africans don't object to that so much publicly, but I know line of credit business has to be de-emphasized in the India-Africa policy in terms of reaching out to Africa. And we need to treat Africa as really something that didn't matter just in the past of our relationship, but matters for the future, for our aspiration, not just for market, not just for investment, but also for our global aspiration, whether it's the restructuring of Security Council or global financial institution. Africa is going to be much more important, and our relationship with should not be just one which is just to be calculated on economic transaction. I think there are many more challenges. I look forward to some of the publication that will come out of this. And once again, I thank Amity University, Dr. Neha Sinha, for taking this initiative. And all my colleagues from African Studies Association who are here, thank you so much, and good luck for the conference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your potent observations and remarks. I would now like to take this opportunity to offer a heartfelt welcome to our chief guest for the day, High Commissioner, His Excellency Sibusiso Nedbele, the South African Ambassador to India. His Excellency Nedbele is the High Commissioner of South Africa. He was the former High Commissioner in Australia. He was the National Minister of Transport and later the Minister of Correctional Services, as well as the first African National Congress Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal after he had served for 10 years as the MEC for Transport in that province. His Excellency Nedbele has been a member and the leader of the African National Congress since 1972. In 1976, he was arrested and sentenced to 10 years on Robben Island prison, where he joined late President Nelson Mandela and other leaders during the incarceration. He became the KZN provincial chair of the African National Congress and helped establish peace in that previously conflicted torn province. He is qualified in library science at the University of Zululand and in politics at the University of South Africa. He has worked at the universities of Swaziland, University of Durban Westville, and then the University of Natal. His Excellency Nedbele has served in the National Executive of the African National Congress from 1991 to 2017. His Excellency Nedbele has also led the KZN chapter of the African Renaissance since 1999. Honorable Sir, I kindly request you to take the stage and address us all. His Excellency Nedbele, sir, I kindly request you to take the stage.
Thank you very much. For some time I was muted. Very much for inviting me here, Dr. for your persistence. And thank you to the previous speakers that have dealt with this issue, with the problem at hand. Africa and India have a centuries-long partnership with solidarity and political affinity going back to the early beginnings of the century, when both regions were fighting against colonial and rule, when we were fighting against colonialism and oppression. Key figures who became iconic figures for the anti-colonial, anti-racist struggle throughout the world was Mahatma Gandhi, who fine-tuned the methods of struggle for oppressed people. The people who were powerless, who did not have guns, who did not have economic or military power. But he came with new methods that were to be adopted throughout the anti-colonial world. Those weapons were developed in South Africa, called satyagraha, passive resistance, using the force of truth to bend a very powerful enemy to the ends of justice and freedom. Mahatma Gandhi was in South Africa for 21 years, from 1893, and he left in 21 years later. And he led anti-colonial struggles against oppression in South Africa, endured prison. He was a seasoned tactician back in India. After India gained independence 75 years ago, it became a leading voice in support of African decolonization at the United Nations. Indeed, it was India that first raised the issue of international solidarity against colonial oppression at the United Nations in 1946. In the case of South Africa, India was at the forefront of the international community in its support for the anti-apartheid movement and worked consistently to put the issue of apartheid on the agenda of the United Nations, of the non-aligned movement way back from Indonesia in Bandung, and other multilateral organizations. Next year, South Africa and India will celebrate 30 years of formal diplomatic relations, and we look forward to building on our strong bilateral and multilateral partnership. We know that IPSA, BRICS, IORA, and G20 in the end will only be as strong as their individual building blocks, namely our respective bilateral relations. Our topic today is interaction. Our topic today is Synergising India relationship, contemporary realities and prospects. I was to new remarks on India-Africa relations surging ahead. India and Africa have taken significant steps to progress to a pragmatic and mutually beneficial partnership, principally under the umbrella of the India-Africa Forum Summit. The three India-Africa Forum Summits that took place in 2008, 2011, and 2015 have been important platforms to deepen the relationship. Their wide-ranging agenda and concrete action plans and outcomes signify the strength and depth of special ties. Both India and Africa need to assess the partnership and its impact on the ground and adapt their approaches to take forward their relationship to the next level by taking on board the private sectors in both India and Africa. Indeed, the India-Africa relationship is becoming a two-way street, not a one-way street. It is a two-way and partnership, and the partnership of equals. As the India story increases sex and unfolding of reaping the benefits of democracy and political unity in taking major stride economic integration through initiatives such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The African Continental Free Trade Area, as one of the flagship projects of the African Union's Agenda 2063, aims to build an integrated market in Africa that will see a market of over 1 billion people with a combined GDP of approximately $3.3 trillion US. It also aims to boost intra-Africa trade that currently stands at approximately 16%, with Africa's share of world trade estimated at about 3%. The Africa Continent Free Trade Agreement will comprise 55 countries and is now the largest free trade area globally. It will provide many opportunities for Indian firms and investors to tap into a simplified, more robust African market. Total trade between India and Africa grew from $6.8 billion US in 2003 to $76.9 billion US in 2018. And India is now Africa's third largest trade partner, since the trade balance between India and Africa is not in favor of, is in favor of the African countries, largely due to India's demand for energy resources, crude oil and petroleum. The establishment of the African Continent Free Trade Area augurs well for India-Africa trade and investment partnership. India and Africa have many advantages that can be leveraged for mutual benefit, including a young population or a youth dividend. Innovative. Africa's large wage population, growing middle, and significant of services for very active trade and investment relationship. Consumer-driven goods related to agribusiness, apparel and clothing, pharmaceuticals, and automotive components are opportunities for India's foreign direct. India is in Africa with cumulative investment at 70.7 US dollars. Our gathering today is hosted by the Amity Institute of International Studies. It is only proper to recognize the significant role India has played in building African capacity. During the third India-Africa Forum Summit, India announced doubling of under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (ITEC) program and various other scholarship schemes, 50,000 over 5 years. 32 scholarships have been availed by youth as we speak. Not only thousands of African students are pursuing their higher education in India, but many Indian teachers
Moksha?
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, can I continue with the rest of the
We'll wait
speakers?
for a minute. We'll just check. Yes, Moksha? Thank you,
Are
sir.
we still on?
So you're audible now,
actually-
sir.
Yes, I was actually on my last paragraph. Can I finish?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. We're happy that not only thousands of African students are pursuing their higher education in India, but many Indian teachers are contributing positively to the education of young Africans, contributing to nation building and development of our societies. Indeed, I believe that the India-Africa relationship in the post-COVID world will represent a vibrant between the two countries, driven by growing together as equals and concentrating on capacity building, development of cooperation, and economic and technological initiatives. I thank you for this opportunity, and
Thank you, sir.
I wish the rest of the discussion to go well.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks. I would now like to
Thank you.
extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished speaker for the inaugural session, His Excellency Mohammad Maliki, the Moroccan ambassador to India. Ambassador Maliki is a seasoned diplomat with over 2 decades of experience. Beginning his career as the first Secretary of Foreign Affairs in charge of technical cooperation with African countries, he has a wide experience in African and Asian affairs, having served in Cameroon from 1994 to 2000, and at the Directorate of Asia and Oceania Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Morocco, till his appointment as ambassador to India. From July 2003 to August 2007, he had been the deputy ambassador at the Moroccan embassy in Islamabad, Pakistan. His Excellency Maliki, I humbly request you to take the dais and enlighten us all.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. Dear Founder President, dear President, dear Vice Chancellor, dear colleague Excellency Ndebele, dear Dr. Niha, dear all and professors. Let me first of all express how much happy I am to be in this distinguished panel. And by saying this, I'm not in the least a distinguished person. I'm just a normal guy who is attending a very important subject. I also would like to congratulate Amity for this initiative, and which, or at least by showing the interest in understanding and going a little bit deeper into the understanding between Africa and India in their relations with multifaceted ones. I also want to thank the organizers for their interest in bringing about different topics, and at a certain time they are very specific, so they will at least answer to many of the questions. After having heard so many of the eminent professors, my job has been both easy and difficult. To be honest, easy because they have almost touched upon most of the things I wanted to say, but difficult because I need to readjust and then avoid for the audience the boredom of repeating what has been done. So the task is not that easy. But I commend most and many of the things which has been said earlier. I like the critical side which Mr. Dobe has spoken about. He is a very knowledgeable person about African affairs, and by listening to him, I always get more insights because he has a different angle from us diplomats, though I am not using today my hat as a diplomat probably, but as also an academician, to be able to share exactly what I need. But let me also say that how much the title of the conference is very important and is self-revelatory, because it is if you go to the dictionary and then I try to look right and left and then to explain what is the definition of synergizing, because it's important for us to look at it in this way. It's one of the definitions which I like is, it said is to combine and coordinate the activity of two or more to produce joint effect greater than the sum of their separate efforts. So in fact, the conference for once is looking into a transversal, not a vertical way, because unfortunately in many cases, African, when it deals with the forums, it has always been looked, what can we do for Africa, and then what can we do? But rather the question which I always to raise is, what can we do with Africa to grow together? So this putting this level of partnership is very important. I think there is an effort which we do both together to move forward. Everybody and nobody also can deny, everybody has said that Africa and then India have tremendous opportunities, but also no one can deny the positive evolution which the African relations with India has witnessed for the last few years. And then His Excellency Ndebele has rightly pointed out that with the launch of India-Africa Summit, and especially after the summit of 2015, after which India also decided to have a larger representation in Africa, is really very important. It's a very good signal. And I think by probably, I don't know if it is done by random or if it is done by very serious analysis, by having the South African High Commissioner and then the Moroccan ambassador in this opening channel, at least economically, is very important. I'll tell you why. Our country, both countries are the largest African investors in all Africa. So South Africa remains the #1 in all Africa. We remain #1 in West and Central Africa. They remain the #1 in all Africa, but mainly in southern and eastern parts of Africa. So there is tremendous possibilities that India and South Africa and probably Morocco in their respective regions, they can do together. So we should probably evolve in the sense of looking at each other as partners and then at growing in this journey which has started and which is quite satisfactory in the sense that India probably is the largest country which has the tremendous esteem from African countries due to different reasons historically, but also due to the efforts in bringing education. And then also a few of my colleagues have pointed out that the focus for all of us should be of human developments, because it answers to both the aspirations of the 54 countries of African nations. It also gives the aspiration, or probably I would say, the answers to many of the challenges. Also the vision of 63 by the African Union, but also the sustainable development which is going on with the UN. Probably my call for all of us is maybe to have a different look. I like this Japanese idea of in their forum, which is TICAD. And it's also, in fact, the only forum in which it says the Tokyo International Cooperation for the Development of Africa. And then development of Africa is very important because it's answers of two important, I would say, thematics. That is the ownership and partnership. So Africa probably is high time for all of us to take our own development with the help of the partners. And then when it comes to partners, India remains one of the very important and reliable partners with all Africa. And then Ndebele could not say the country, because that is the reality, especially in that part of the world, because I'm coming from the north of Africa, and then there is a little bit of disparity in the outreach of India. That's why I spoke earlier that we could help together into getting joint initiatives, both from South Africa with South Africa and then from the north, because we are also heavily investing in Africa because we believe in the co-development. So probably Africa, as Dr. Dubey mentioned, not in the same words that I'm using, but he mentioned it, that maybe Africa doesn't need as much assistance as it needs co-development. It needs probably much more of added value things like the education systems, like the transformation, like it shouldn't be looked only as probably a milky cow that everybody comes and then still remains. we should also care about it, how to deal with it, how to treat it, but also how to grow with it. Everybody speaks about the future or the continent of the future, yes, but what did we do all to confirm that it's the future? It's future for what? Is it the future for development of other countries? Was it the future for our development? Is it the future of those who have already all been taking the wealth from Africa? I can give small examples. I'm not revolutionary. I'm not using my diplomatic hat. I'm using my academic hat, by the way. So instead of getting, for instance, you go to chocolate, which Europe or the other countries don't have, but you get it into 100 of times percentage more than what they get it there. If you go to the jewelries, and then they can find that the tremendous work which has been done is much more elsewhere. So this wealth, I don't think Africans are against sharing it, but are differently quite keen to keep it, but also to put another value on it. So you may feel that I'm jumping from one idea to the idea because I don't want to repeat what has been said. The title also, I go back, it has the contemporary realities, and then Mr. Dube has mentioned quite a lot of them. But probably I just touch upon the fact that COVID has made us change our priorities. It has also showed how vulnerable we are all together, and without putting hand in hand, we cannot meet the challenges. Adding to that, the deregulation, because now with climate change problem, but probably it is, I am for those who think it is a deregulating period for the climate change, in the sense that the crops are no longer in their time, that the rain doesn't come in its time. If it comes heavily. So there is something which is going on, which we should all be quite caring about. I would probably add one idea about the focus on education, which already His Excellency Ndebele has spoken about in the previous one, because I think the focus, we should be able to focus in the human development, because it is the source of economic development, the source of human development, but also we need to see how to make of Africa a sufficient energy country, because energy is the source also of all developments. And I'm quite happy that there are some very good initiatives, both in the south and in our regions, including the gas pipeline, which will touch upon 13 countries. So there is capabilities of many of leading countries in Africa that could also put hand in hand with India. And then my request, and I will end up by this, is to make a call that we should think of growing together. But also there are so many important things that have been done by African countries, which India can benefit from. I am inviting like an ambassador now in Indian investors. And then let me tell you that for the last 6 years since the forum, there used to be not more than 13 companies, Indian companies in Morocco. Now there are 40 companies. So there is a great and then tremendous importance. I would like to remind that Morocco is a very important part in Africa, at least in its food security, because we are the largest fertilizer exporter in the world, but we decided as back as 2000 to help India ensure its food security. We are also very good investor in these sectors in India with some joint ventures. So there is something going on, dynamics that we should all keep on and then probably encourage and probably retune in the few things. Dr. Dube mentioned about the lines of credits. Yes, it not probably needs to be relooked, though I feel that the north part of Africa doesn't receive quite important in this part. And then I remember when I was the secretary head of Asia department I had this debate with the Japanese and then with the Chinese. One day they told me that we have decided to reduce the amount of development assistance we give to Morocco because you're becoming a middle class income country. So I told them, should you always I wouldn't say punish, but reduce those who are doing well, and then just go for the other things. Probably we need to sustain those who are doing well to make better, and then also to take their neighbors all together. On this positive note, I would like to thank the organizers and then Dr. Niha and the Amity for the interest in getting in Africa, and then I wish success to all of us because this is our conference. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you so much, sir, for offering such insightful remarks on the Moroccan perspective to this issue. Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Amity University, and Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, will be joining us shortly. And with this, we would like to come to the end of the inaugural session. And I would like to invite Dr. Shirish K. Pathak, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of International Studies, to offer the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Moksha. I just wanted to mention here our Honorable Founder President Sir and our Chancellor Sir has got very busy in their schedule, so they'll be joining us in between the sessions. They'll try to squeeze in time from their busy schedule, and they'll join us in between any sessions, right? And as actually you're all aware of the past accreditation, this is also going on. So there are parallelly meetings going on. So they'll be joining us. Thank you so much, Moksha. And I'll hand over the floor to Dr. Shirish to give the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Moksha. So now we are at the final moments of the inaugural session of VIJIGISHU 2020-2022, a 3-day e-conference on the theme Synergizing India-Africa Relationship, Contemporary Realities and Emerging Prospects. In recent years, there have been some major developments in the India-Africa relationship, from emerging trade alliances to ethnic and cultural exchange. The diverse partnerships between the nations of Africa and India have been both challenging and beneficial. The kind of deliberation shared by our distinguished guests in the inaugural session, I'm confident it will give appropriate intellectual invocations to provoke academic and strategic communities equally for more meaningful outcomes. Taking clues and directions from the session, surely the other sessions of today and the other 2 days definitely follow the same spirit. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by the heart. I feel honored and privileged to have been given the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for this session. I, on behalf of AIIS, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, Noida, and the organizing committee convey deep regards and express gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, High Commissioner, His Excellency Mr. Sibusiso Dibele, South African Ambassador to India, for having taken out time of his busy schedule to grace the event. My sincere thanks to our distinguished speaker, His Excellency Muhammad Maliki, Embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco to India, for enlightening us with his valuable input and opinion on the theme. We are highly indebted to respected Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Amity Education Group, for being the visionary that he is and for his constant blessings. My sincere gratitude to respected Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, for always inspiring and motivating us so that we can organize these kind of academic conferences qualitatively. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her constant support and guidance, also as ma'am has given an intellectual beginning today through her address in the session. I'm grateful to our keynote speaker, Professor Ajay Dubey, Chairperson, Special Center for National Security Studies and the Center for African Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, for his insightful and thought-provoking speech. Further, I am much obliged to Ambassador Viren Gupta, President of Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, ARSP, Council for International Collaboration, New Delhi, for their association with VIJIGISHU 2022. I would now like to extend my thanks to Professor Dr. Nirupma Prakash, Dean AIIS, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her constant encouragement and assistance. I would be failing in my duty if I don't thank our beloved Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman ma'am, Director and Head AIIS, Amity University of Uttar Pradesh, for being the guiding force that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, ma'am. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. I would like to thank the convener of the session, Dr. Neha Sinha, Assistant Professor to AIIS, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for meticulously planning and managing this e-conference. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of motivated and dedicated organizing committee of faculty members, my colleagues, Dr. Munish and Dr. Divyanand, and my student volunteers full of zeal. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks. Lastly, but significantly, I would like to thank each and every person present in this session, watching and listening the sessions over Zoom platform, Facebook pages live, and YouTube live sessions simultaneously, for being a wonderful audience. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for offering
you,
the
Dr.
vote of thanks. And I thank you all for being such a lovely audience and staying with us right through the very end of the inaugural session. We would now be taking a short break of over 20 minutes and will be commencing with the plenary session 1 panel discussion on Africa's relationship with India, a diplomat's view, from 12:15 p.m. onwards. Please stay logged onto your devices and we look forward to seeing you in plenary session 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moksha. I really wish had it been an offline, so we would have invited everyone for the tea. So we can have a digital tea now. That's what we can offer as of now. But otherwise, we'll be really looking forward to welcome you to our campus, Amity campus, all the dignitaries. It will be our privilege if we can welcome you on campus and then have the tree, especially all those who are also in collaboration with like African Studies Association, Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad, the FICI and CPRG. The collaborators, at least they should have been here on campus, sitting together and having at least, we deserve a cup of tea together here, right? Anyway, thank you so much again. So we'll meet sharp at 12. Thank you.
Hello.
Very good morning, sir.
How are you, madam?
Good morning.
Ma'am, you're audible.
I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, now you're also audible. Thank you.
I think the Eritrean ambassador is yet to join.
Good afternoon, Excellency.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good to see you. Good to see you all. Good afternoon, Ambassador.
How are you, Excellency?
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Ms. Mulugeta, His Excellency Mr. LM. Has he joined? I think he has not yet joined. Then His Excellency Mailina. Very good afternoon. I would like to formally welcome you all. To see you, Ambassador, sir.
Good to see you, ma'am.
Yeah, I keep reading your messages. It's really interesting. I really wonder how you manage to write with such a busy schedule.
Thank you. Something is to be done.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, I, Shivali Shrestha, welcome you all to the first day of VIJIGISHU 2022. Today, we begin with the first plenary session of the e-conference on the theme Africa's Relationship with India, a Diplomat's View. We've been graced by an incredibly prestigious panel for this session, and we here at Amity Institute of International Studies could not be more grateful to have had the opportunity to host them. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair for the panel discussion, His Excellency Ambassador Anil Trigunayad, Distinguished Fellow at Vivekananda International Foundation, India. Ambassador Trigunayad is a member of the Indian Foreign Service and has served in the Indian missions at Cote d'Ivoire, Bangladesh, Mongolia, USA, Russia, Sweden, Nigeria, Libya, and Jordan. In the Ministry of External Affairs, he has worked in the economic, West Asia and North Africa and consular divisions. He has also served as Director General and Joint Secretary for the Gulf and Hajj divisions in the MEA, New Delhi. Thereafter, Ambassador Trigunayad worked as Deputy Chief Mission in the rank of Ambassador in the Embassy of India, Moscow, prior to his superannuation in May 2016. He served as Ambassador of India to Jordan and Libya and High Commissioner to Malta from June 2012 to May 2016. As a visiting fellow, Ambassador Trigunayad also conducted research work on WTO and regional trading blocs at the Oxford University. He is a member of the All India Management Association, Delhi Management Association, as well as that of Oxford, Cambridge Society of India, and the Association of Indian Diplomats. He is also the honorary member of the International Trade Council, Brussels. We are honored to have you here, sir. VIJIGISHU has been a rendezvous of sorts of illustrious personalities in the field of international relations and diplomacy, and our panelists do not shy away from this description. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our panelists. We have on our panel Her Excellency Tizita Mulugeta, Ambassador of the Embassy of Ethiopia to India. Dr. Tizita Mulugeta Imam is the present Ethiopian ambassador to India since May 2019. A seasoned diplomat with a doctorate degree in sociology and humanities from the University of Tromsø, Norway, she has been in academics for over a decade in Addis Ababa and elsewhere in the fields of international relations, human rights, gender issues, tourism, culture, and much more. She has been a regular participant in different seminars and conferences concerning the African region in particular and global issues in general. We also have on our panel His Excellency Mr. Alim Sehai Woldemariam, Ambassador of the Embassy of State of Eritrea. His Excellency Mr. Sehai Woldemariam is the Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of the State of Eritrea to the Republic of India and Non-Resident Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of the State of Eritrea to the Republic of Singapore, Republic of Indonesia, and the Kingdom of Thailand. He is also the Dean of African Group Heads of Missions in New Delhi. His Excellency Mr. Alim Sehai Woldemariam has participated in many national and international conferences and regularly lectures at universities, several institutions in India, and also attended as the head of delegation the 85th Interpol General Assembly in Bali, the 9th session of the World Urban Forum, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, African Development Bank Annual Meeting 2017 at Ahmedabad, and also many business chambers. We're grateful to have you here, sir. Our panel is also graced by Her Excellency Tahina Rasa Moelina, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Republic of Madagascar. Mrs. Tahina Rasa Moelina is Chargé d'Affaires at the Embassy of the Republic of Madagascar to India. Having her post-graduation in international relations from the University of Leeds, she started her role in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Madagascar, as the Director in charge of relations with Europe. Later on, she became the Director in charge of relations with the EU and then the Director of Promotion of Partnership for Development. And last, but definitely not the least, we have Ms. Esther Karema Mutua, Education Attaché, and Mr. Jared Birunga Mayeka, Trade Attaché on behalf of His Excellency Willie Kipkorir Bet, High Commissioner of the Kenya High Commission, New Delhi. Ms. Esther Karema Mutua was the Principal Education Officer in the Ministry of Education, Kenya, from September 2015 to July 2022. Ms. Mutua has had an incredible career beginning as a lecturer at the Kenya Institute of Special Education from July 2007 to 2015 and currently serving as the Education Attaché, Kenya High Commission, New Delhi, India, as well as the Assistant Director of Education in the Ministry of Education of Kenya. Mr. Jared Birunga Mayeka is a trade expert with 15 years of experience. He has served in various capacities in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Government of Kenya. He is currently the Trade Attaché at Kenya High Commission of Delhi. We are lastly also joined in this session by Dr. Barnabai Dai as a discussant. Dr. Dai is a lecturer in the politics of development at the University of York, and his research focuses on the political economy of development in Africa. I welcome our chair and panelists to this session and also welcome all our scholars who have joined us through Zoom and are watching us live on Facebook. We're extremely glad to witness your presence today. Now, without further ado, Honorable Chair, Sir Trigunayat, I would like to kindly request you to take the session and this gathering of intelligentsia forward.
Thank you, Ms. Shivali Shrestha, for your very kind introductions. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the Amity University, especially Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi and Dr. Neha Sinha, for focusing on one of the most important relationships and critical relationships of India, especially with Africa, for quite some time now. Although we call our relationship as an umbilical relationship for strategic reasons and also geographical reasons. But at the same time, we have seen that the relationship has really gone at different pace at different times. It is only very recently when Prime Minister Modi visited Uganda and addressed the parliament there that he spoke about what exactly is India's Africa policy through his 10 guiding principles. And the crux of that essentially is that Africa is for Africans. Africans will take the decisions in which we could try and help to the extent possible and in a mutually advantageous manner. We have all seen, and excellencies are here, we have seen that Africa, unfortunately, also, due to various reasons, be it colonization or neo-colonization or various kinds of apartheid that has gone on, and the most recent one we have seen is the vaccine apartheid that was mentioned by the South African president when he was in Africa, France-Africa summit, that the vaccine apartheid that's been going on. And so it has also been, in my view, somehow afflicted by 5 Cs. And I have been at least associated with Africa since 1983, when I went on my very first posting to Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. And I traveled the way one traveled, and that remains still the issue among African nations, and that is called connectivity. I had to go from Delhi to Mumbai, Mumbai to Nairobi, Nairobi to Accra, Accra to Abidjan. So that was the route one had to follow because of different reasons. But during that journey, and before that, I had traveled to Africa quite a number of times in my previous job. But the important thing one saw was the kind of developmental paradigm shift that has taken place along that route from east to west of Africa, from south to north, and the coups, the conflicts, as I call the 5 Cs, basically connectivity issues, capacity constraints, and corruption. These are things that have afflicted the countries, and some of the countries are still suffering from that. Democracy is gradually finding its roots. But the most important thing over time I have seen is that Africa has learned to handle its own issues, be it any kind of conflict. They are ready to take it upon themselves and try to solve it. And that's where African Union has moved forward in this direction. Now, one of the things that Africans have always lacked, and India has always supported them, and that is the adequate representation of their interests in the international forum. I have seen that recently, only last week, I think the president of Senegal, Mr. Macky Sall, spoke at the UNGA, and what he said, it is time to overcome the narratives that persist in confining Africa to the margins of decision-making circles. That shows it all, that you cannot just come, exploit Africa and move on. So that is something that is very, very important. And India fully supports. And if you guys follow that, you might know that during our current, when we had the presidency of the UN Security Council this year, this special issue was focused by India in that. As far as our bilateral relations are concerned, I have seen that when I was in Abidjan, we were covering several countries. When I was in Nigeria, we were covering several countries. But today that situation is changing. India has realized that we need to have many more missions, and 18 new missions have been added. So out of 54, I think, or 55, we are there in 42, 43 countries. Some more will follow in the process. That shows also the kind of importance India attaches to our engagement with Africa. Even though trade has somewhere hovered around $60 billion, $62 billion, the investment is around $73 billion, all those figures are pretty much there. But the most important part of our relationship is India's capacity building assistance. And India started that in 1964. And subsequently, we had NEPAD partnerships, we had Pan-Africa e-networks, and then we started on these India-Africa Forum Summits. The fourth India-Africa Forum Summit is already overdue, and I hope this will be held, if not this year, at least next year. And that will be a very important forum for India. But at the same time, India will also be chairing G20. And as you know, in the last G20 during the Saudi presidency, India really provoked and followed through the writing off of various debts that various countries were facing by doing it itself and asking other G20 countries to do so same way. Now there is a time that perhaps African Union should become a full member of the G20 so that we could have G20 plus one. And I'm sure that during India's presidency, that is one thing that might come through. So it is extremely important. We need to know what Africans want. We need to understand, appreciate their concerns with regard to various problems that they face in conducting India. We have a duty-free access to them, many countries, the least developing countries. We have provided over $12 billion worth of lines of credit and 50,000 odd scholarships. And they have been widely utilized. And several of the people who have been trained in India have actually are holding leadership positions. They are frankly the spokespersons for India in the countries. Then the Indians, over 2 million Indians who live there, have blended very well in the thing. And I often quote this when I met President Obasanjo. He used to say two things. I know India better than you do, and I agree. Secondly, he used to say that Indians are the second largest employers of Nigerians after the federal government. That is a very important thing, because very often the other countries, they come with a very different kind of a viewpoint and just look at their own selves. India looks in a mutually beneficial share and care and sustaining partnership. So in my view, that is something that is extremely important. And of course, pandemic had created havoc, more so in various African countries, some of which were very fast growing. But the indications that we get from various studies that everybody is suffering. And even though the growth rates might come back, but then we are seeing the great effect, a very highly adverse impact of the Russia-Ukraine war, which is, as you call, 3Fs, I mean, fuel, fertilizer, and food. I mean, those are the insecurities that are causing very big problem. But happily, in my view, and I have always been propagating, that intra-African trade also has begun to grow. Connectivity is beginning to grow. And with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, a greater the interactions among the African countries is likely to be the mainstay of their negotiating leverage that they will eventually get. And I hope India very quickly signs up a bilateral FTA with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, although we have many arrangements with various regional blocs and groups. So I will not go on, except that there are 4H, which I call are the challenges, which have been posed by the pandemic and which have been also continuing to be posed by the effect of the Russia-Ukraine war, in which we are seeing the world is moving towards a sort of a Cold War 2.0 kind of situation. Now, those 4H, in my view, which we need to focus a great deal, are H's for hunger, habitat, health, and high tech. So these are the 4 things that I think are going to steer every country, and therefore our joint efforts would definitely lead us to do something more in this regard. I'm very happy that the way our relationship is moving, the deficit that we used to have about visits has been abridged, and many of the visits from India, 30, 35 at different levels have taken place. That was one of the major problems and the complaints of our African friends have been there. That is fortunately under this government has been very well addressed. So I'll leave it there, and I'm very happy to be moderating this very prestigious, important panel in which my friends are present there. And I don't see currently the ambassador of Eritrea at the moment. He has a delegation, but I'm quite sure he's going to join us. He was very keen. I met him a few days ago, then he was very keen to join us if he can find time. But in the meantime, we will, as they say, ladies first. So I'd like to request Her Excellency Dr. Tijita, our ambassador of Ethiopia to India, to kindly take the lead and share her experiences and ideas how we can further enhance the relationship. She is actually wearing 2 hats. One is being the ambassador of Ethiopia, and then also hosting African Union in Addis Ababa. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Anil. I'm always grateful to you, you know that. You are really one of the well-experienced Indian diplomats and well-read. So I'm always happy when I see you always in different kind of sessions and conferences like this. I also want to congratulate the organizer of this event, especially Amita Universities and all the hosting partners. I believe that this is really one of the most important gathering, one of the most important conference, which is timely and which has to be done now and then, because India-Africa relationship is somehow has been there for a long period of time, and it has to be done in a different way. So I would like to congratulate the organizers. And I would also like to say good afternoon to all excellencies, high commissioners, ambassadors, diplomats from different missions and different distinguished guests. When I come to today's topic, as it has been well told by His Excellency Ambassador Anil, Africa-India relationship has been there for a long period of time. It was very historical, and the relationship has focused more on people-to-people relationship. And there are a lot of common cultures that Africa and India shares, which I believe is like the base for cordial relationship that we managed to have even this time. And this relationship also goes back to when Africa and India also battled colonization. So there were a very good collaboration between African countries and India. So Africans always consider India as a reliable partner. And this has grown in a more cordial relationship in different aspects, including economy, politics, social, cultural area, and capacity building. So from time to time, this relationship has been growing, and we have seen very expansion issues in terms of trade and investment, and India become a good partner for Africa in terms of investment and trade, and Africa also becoming a very good destination for many Indian companies to work together in different aspects. Similarly, when we come to the relationship between Ethiopia and India, as Ethiopia is one of African country and the seat of the African Union, it has been also very historical, and it has been there for the last 2 millennia. And the relationship, of course, has started in a trade form, in a traditional trade form, but our diplomatic relationship has been there for the last 75 years. And specifically, this relationship started based on capacity building, where many Indian teachers went to Ethiopia to teach in a high school and after that to different Ethiopian universities. And from then also Ethiopian students start to come and join different Indian universities. So I always say that the very good relationship that we have with India is basically based on this capacity building relationship, because that makes the relationship more on sustainable manner. Because, for instance, if you see like the different Ethiopian professionals or even ministers who still have position in different ministerial position, majority of them took their education from many of Indian universities. So they have, in one way or another, good attachment to Indian culture, Indian society, Indian foods, and different lifestyle of India. So whenever India is raised in Africa, whenever India is raised in Ethiopia, it is always in good terms. And the acceptability of Indians in Ethiopia is really very good, because we always consider Indians are like our provider of knowledge. So I always believe that capacity building is the base for sustainable relationship between Africa and India, specifically Ethiopia and India. In addition to that, when we see relationship in terms of trade and investment, of course, Ethiopia is also one of the destinations for Indian investors. And India is also a good importer of exporter of Ethiopian trade relation with Ethiopia. So Indians are like the second largest investors in Ethiopia, and more than 75,000 job opportunities are created in Ethiopia because of Indian investors. And we have seen Indians are operating in different sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, and services sector. So even the number of Indian investors are growing from time to time. Now we have more than 600 Indian companies who are registered in Ethiopia. And one good thing that we have also seen is that, like, even during the COVID time, Indians never stopped even going to Ethiopia. So there were more than 35 new investments were created within the last 2 years. So this really shows that Ethiopia is still one of the good destinations for Indian market, because Ethiopia is the second most populous country in Africa. And there are many, the market in Ethiopia is very attractive, and there are many incentives that are being provided by the government. Both economic and political reforms are being undertaken in the country. So from time to time, we have seen that the number of Indian investors and even the trade relation is increasing from time to time. So still, I believe that even if trade and investments are growing, but still capacity building has a big potential to work with, because many Ethiopians are now coming to India for health tourism. And still many Ethiopians are coming here in search for good education. But here, one thing I just want to stress is that this relationship, of course, it will continue, but to continue it in a more concerned manner, it has to be properly managed, and it has to be tailor-made. So this is also one of the things that we would work together. In addition to that, we know that, or it was also mentioned by Ambassador Anil, that after the coming up of His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India, India has shown a big interest in Africa, and even the coming up of the Africa-India conferences really shows interest that India has to work with India, to work with Africa. But this forum has took only 3 times, and it was disconnected because of COVID, and we're not sure when it's going to continue. But as an African, I believe that such kind of forum has to be done in a more proper manner, keeping their timing. So still we are like waiting for the timing for this kind of forum, because it would be a very good platform just to show the concern of the 2 parties, like African countries and India, what are like the main issues to work together. And I hope that it will continue in a very near future. The other issue is regarding the Africa Free Trade area. Of course, it has started the operation last year, but I still believe that this is going to be a very good business opportunity for any partner, especially for Indians, because Indian has been in African market from long period of time, and they are socially associated with African society, so they know how to do business with Africa. So that would be also a very good opportunity for Indians to work together and to share even their knowledge and their experience, especially in terms of technology transfer. Because as you know, Africa has a lot of resources. Africa is emerging. African users are getting education, but still there is lack of technology in Africa. And India has good, affordable, easily transferable technologies. So this could be also one of the means that African countries and India can work together depending on the specific need of each African countries. The other issue is the relationship in terms of politics. Of course, it has been highlighted many times, and even Ambassador Anil also highlighted that Indians always consider African issues should be dealt by African. This is also something that African government always echoing, and always we are grateful that India respects non-interference in African situation. But still we are always proud of Indian democracy, Indian how Indian really managed their their diversified society, multi-language, multi-ethnic, and so on. So this is also something that African countries and India can work together. Maybe the last issue could be, as it is very well known, India is going to be the president of the G20, and that is going to be also one of the good session that many issues to be dealt, especially environmental issues, and also related to climatic issues, and also debt relief and reduction issues. And as many African countries are really suffering from debt, especially as a result of international crisis that arises from COVID and Russia-Ukraine conflict, still many African countries, including Ethiopia, are demanding debt relief. So we do think that India would really understand this situation of Africans and would support in these aspects. And we are also, by the way, grateful to what India has been doing during its membership in the UN Security Council. In most of issues that was raised regarding Africa, most of the time India was in support of African idea, and it was always maintaining its principled position, and Ethiopia is always grateful to that position of India. And finally, I just want to again congratulate the Indian government and Indian people, because India is now progressing well in its economy and becoming one of the fifth emerging economy in the world. And African would also work together with India and share their wisdom, technologies, and develop the already existing cordial relationship between Africa and India. Thank you so much. And I would again congratulate Amity University for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It was amazing and very, very comprehensive. You really touched upon nearly everything that is going on and that can be replicated in different parts of Africa. But you very rightly mentioned that Africa is not just a monolithic place. It is 55 countries and each one has its own specialty. And therefore, whenever solutions are to be thought, they need to be bilaterally discussed, need to be specific and tailor-made, as the word you used. And that is absolutely the way forward, I think, in this. And happily, you mentioned about the teachers, that the Indian teachers who were there in different schools, colleges, and I have met a large number of leaders, and everyone seems to have one Indian teacher at least in his lifetime, and mostly teaching physics or maths or even English sometimes. So it has been very good, and we are happy to note that the Indian investment, being the second one, has generated 75,000 jobs, which is an important thing. Of course, more and more companies will eventually go, and India is also looking at working with you in Africa, and especially in Ethiopia, along with the UAE. So in the trilateral cooperation in agriculture and food processing sector is something that is going on very importantly. And you are right. I mean, as far as the AFCFTA is concerned, this will definitely open up ease of business, number one, and number two is more business opportunities. And rightly so, the technology you mentioned about but India does have and always believed in the 3 A's that you also mentioned, that the technology has to be available, it has to be accessible, it has to be affordable. And that's what India does offer. And India's agenda, of course, is also places a much greater emphasis on the G20, in the G20 on African matters. So thank you once again for putting everything in a perspective. And we assure you that we'll continue to work together and also take all your suggestions on board. Now I have great pleasure inviting Her Excellency Ms. Tahima Razamolina, the Charge d'Affaires of Madagascar. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ambassador Anil, Trigunayat, Excellency, the Dean of Diplomatic Corps, I hope he has already joined, Excellency, Ambassador Tisita, dear colleagues, diplomats in New Delhi, distinguished guests, dear friends. It is always a pleasure for me to participate in exchanges on Africa and India relationships. It is stimulating and intellectually nurturing, but also it is morally gratifying for a diplomat representing his country to take part in one of the issues that underpin the work of the diplomat itself in a foreign country. So allow me to start by expressing the compliments of the Embassy of Madagascar to Amity Institute of International Studies and its partners for having organized this highly important event. And I'm hoping that the deliberations from this VIJIGISHU 2022 will lead to concrete achievements of our collective ambition to take Africa and India relationships to deeper, higher levels. Dear friends, my contribution today will add up to the arguments which have been formulated earlier by our respective leaders, which recognize that our societies are changing. There are changes operating in our respective countries, and we can build on these changes for the well-being of our peoples, for the well-being of Africans and Indians, but also for the rest of the world, to make this world a better place, a safer place, a fairer place for everyone. And as I said, our societies are changing. There is now collective consciousness that we need to overcome the burden of the traumas of colonization, that we need to draw momentum from the heritage of our civilizations. We have civilization of peace, of harmony, and of prosperity, and we need to build on that. And now there is a common will to own our future. And Africa and India are both conscious that the current world system is unfair to almost 3 billion populations. And we both agree that there is an urgency to correct this injustice. As you said earlier in your introduction, Mr. Chair, our leaders at the 77 session of the UNGA have formulated this. And I think today, like never before, there are more common grounds for Africa and India to work on. But to achieve that, both Africans and Indians have to give the means that match these ambitions. We must enlarge as much as we can the scope of our cooperations. For Madagascar and India, for example, we have had relationships since centuries, but still there are more fields that need to be exploited. We, Malagasy, we welcome the Indian view that India's African policy is based on India's African policy respects Africans' point of view, Africans' priorities, African for the Africans, and for us, we can build on more cooperations. For example, in science, we can build resilience through science, and we know India plays really a leadership role in science, and we would like to go deeper in that, not only for climate change, for agriculture, for education. We can also optimize what we have, the natural resources. We can work together to optimize the lands, the natural resources, the people in themselves. On the global stage, we can work together for more climate justice. Madagascar is among the top countries which is a victim of cyclones and natural catastrophes every year. So we take climate issues really seriously, and we are happy to have India as a partner in that field. We would like to work more with India on such issues. As Ambassador Tisita mentioned earlier, India is a reliable partner, and we are willing to go on and to go further with that partnership. Of course, we are doing business, but we need to build lasting synergies. We have to establish common priorities. We can work more, we work together. We can promote people to people relationship, build stronger network of Africans and Indians researchers. For example, I am happy African students come to India for studies. We have most of the Malagasy nationals coming to India are students, but I'm also hoping African scholars come to India and vice versa, Indian scholars coming to African countries, so we can build more knowledge of one another, more understanding, and so we can change the narratives about Africans and about the southern countries that are sometimes Western biased. During this period, I have been so happy to witness India celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. It has been really inspiring in the sense that it is taking the lead in building confidence in people, confidence on one's identity and on one's achievement. So I am hoping that someday Africans and Indians will be celebrating too collective achievements, collective fruits of their cooperations. So these are my contributions. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. It was really nice. It seems to be coming from your heart. And I must say that as when I was mentioning about the umbilical cord between India and Africa, Madagascar actually is the point. Some 140 million years ago, when there was a separation of the continents, we know that. At that time, India was connected to Africa through Madagascar and Australia, and that's when it got separated, and you got separated from South America and all, like that kind of thing. Secondly, as you know, before even you got your independence, India set up its consulate in 1954. So our relationship with the island has been there for a significant amount of time. Of course, capacity building has been one of the key areas. And another accident was about the Indians who reached there in the 17th century. You know, they were supposed to be going to, I think, some other countries, and the ship wrecked and finally landed there. So they continued to stay. So it's for about more than 400 years, 350 years, the Indians have been there, who have a small community, but they are very much there. So it is something, it was providential in a way that our relationship continues to go forward. And you are absolutely right that science and technology cooperation is very, very important to create resilience in development and fighting climate change. That is very, very important. Of course, defense is also one of the areas we've been working. And you mentioned a very good point, and that was, in my view, was the building lasting synergies. That is something that, so that we both grow in a mutually beneficial manner together and benefit from each other's strengths. And as they say, 1 and 1 can be 11. And thank you very much for your comments about India at 75. And we hope that the next 25 years are going to be far more robust, in which our joint partnership will continue to move forward. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, Excellency. And now I would like to invite, is Ambassador of Eritrea here?
So he'll join shortly, sir. I
Oh,
just
he's
spoke to him over phone. Yeah.
So now we have,
Shivali?
yeah, maybe we can check with him. If he's not there, then we can try.
Right, sir.
Yeah. The other two are there, both of them?
Yes.
They're on board.
Shivali, can you please carry on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, sorry, I'm not seeing them. Yeah. Can I invite Mr. Esther Karina Mutua, Education Attaché of the Kenyan High Commission is there? Are they there?
She was there. She was there. Just, I'll check, sir.
Or Mr. Zared Beronga Maika? Any of them can take the floor if they are here. Otherwise, we can request Dr. Barnaby Dai to share his thoughts.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, he's an expert in doing research, being at the York University and now the Oxford project. Dr. Dai, please share your thoughts of whatever you have heard and whatever you would like to say, especially with regard to cooperation. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think my role can be somewhat more provocative as I'm not a diplomat, but it's been very interesting to hear the thoughts of the excellencies from different African countries so far. So I think one of the really important points that we've heard so far is this need to unpack the African continent into its different countries. That I think you can never sort of stress enough the differences between countries and also some of the sort of tensions and disagreements among them that make grouping them together and sort of treating the continent as one entity or even as regional entities problematic and yeah, and sometimes challenging. I think one of the interesting things I wanted to hear more about is sort of how things have recovered since the pandemic. You know, of course, it's had this major impact on all of our lives, but also perhaps particularly an impact on diplomacy, given the travel restrictions and all of those necessary constraints that we had to experience for the last 2 years. So I've done some research sort of looking at the increase in presidential, vice presidential, and prime ministerial trips between Africa and India over the last 2 decades. And it was interesting that you could really see that the increase going up to 2018 and particularly under the current administration in India, sort of big push to increase those diplomatic trips. But I haven't seen a sort of big return to this post the pandemic yet. And so it'd be interesting to hear thoughts on how much diplomatic engagement is returning. And of course, it has already been mentioned the 4th India-Africa Forum Summit, which was supposed to originally take place in 2019, was originally delayed by Ebola, and has since been delayed by COVID, of course. And so there seems to be some uncertainty over whether this will take place. I think there's a lot of hope that it will take place next year. And I'm sure that would be very important for restoring sort of these previously accelerating diplomatic relations between continent and country. But it does seem as though China's been able to go ahead with its summit. There was one of Japan. We're mentioning the French Africa summit recently. And so I wonder whether sort of this is about perhaps sort of India's priorities, a sort of reflection of that, or just perhaps a sort of lagging from the Indian system in being able to organize and put together a summit, perhaps also from the African side. So it'd be interesting to hear the panelists' thoughts on sort of whether this is going to happen and some of the sort of uncertainty and restoration in diplomatic relations. I think the other really interesting thing that's taken place even during the pandemic has been the increase in embassies on the continent. And as this panel is sort of focused on diplomacy, I think it's been a very important switch in India's relationship with Africa, where I think, if I'm not mistaken, the number of embassies is now going up into the mid-40s by the end of this year. So a large part of the continent will now be covered by Indian embassies, which wasn't true even a decade ago. And so I wonder whether there's also going to be a sort of increase in investing in diplomatic capacity. So it's all very well having the embassies, but of course you need the diplomats, you need the capacity to come alongside that. And so it'd be interesting to hear the panelists' thoughts on how that's changing as well. And finally, I sort of thought about the lines of credit and the concessional finance which India is offering. This has been one of the major things that I've focused on in my own work. But it seems as though there's been some sort of barriers since 2015 to taking these forward. And so I wonder, sort of post the pandemic, how sort of this concessional credit scheme is going, how it's faring. It seems to me as though there is this sort of major possible sort of opportunity that concessional credit offers for Africa, particularly in the transformation of the sort of towards renewable energy, as we're hearing from the Madagascan Consulate Excellency. There's also sort of important health opportunities that could come from this, and sort of building on some of the collaborations that has happened around vaccines between India and Africa. It's been interesting to see the launch of some new partnerships between the Serum Institute and different companies, I think in South Africa and in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder sort of if that, if India's concessional credit, as well as its expertise in pharmaceuticals, will be able to help India build up its own resilience in healthcare. And so these are some thoughts of the sort of trends I've seen in recent years, and perhaps some questions I had for the panel, but also perhaps more widely for the excellent conference going forward. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Barnaby. You mentioned quite a few points, and I hope you will be, various speakers are there who will be answering during the conference these questions, but a couple of them I can just briefly mention to you that the high-level visits momentum, of course, during the pandemic was reduced significantly, but it has started picking up. We only last month, we had a big business delegation that has gone to Nigeria with the minister. And before that, the first visit, even during the pandemic, he went to last year. That was the first visit, means in 2022 also, was to Africa by the minister in charge for Africa in the foreign ministry. The delegations have been coming from both sides. A significant number of delegations have been exchanged, actually. As far as the high-level exchanges are concerned, of course, the meetings takes place. Prime Minister met South African president and all. But we have BRICS meeting, and South Africa is very much present. There were virtual meetings that happened. On the sidelines of the ongoing UNGA, our minister has met with L69, which is in which large number of African countries are there. G77 meeting that was held. So there is no dearth of interactions as far as the countries are concerned. At the same time, there has been movement which is going forward with regard to, I mean, today, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, the ambassador of Eritrea could not join because he has a delegation, official delegation here. And that's why he said, in fact, to prove that, he even sent his program of the delegation. So this has been going on. In the meantime, in India, we had a CII Exim conference just in March, I mean, a few months ago, actually, in which we had large number of delegations at the level of vice president and others, and that is the precursor to the India-Africa Forum Summit. Now you need, because it was supposed to be held abroad in a third country, in an African country this time. That's what we've been planning for. But because of the pandemic, because of the local logistical issues, for some reason that could not happen. But before that, what India did was had a meeting of all the agricultural ministers. There are a meeting of all defense ministers. So we had the defense ministers of Africa first time, which came in during the pandemic in Gujarat. So Ahmedabad, the defense summit. So it is not that there has been any reduction in that sense. Of course, at the level of Prime Minister and President, the visits have been everywhere, contained to some extent. But most importantly, India stood for the cause of Africa, mainly, both in terms of the vaccine, the question of vaccine availability that was provided to Africa, not only this time, but it has been always the medical, the capacity building in healthcare, whether they are coming to India for in the health sector, education sector, all that has gone on. At the same time, what we are seeing is that not only bilaterally India has done what it could, or under Gavi or others, but India was the first country to have raised it, that relaxation in the intellectual property rights for vaccines, because there was a hoarding going on in the Western countries, especially the United States, which are not even using this Covaxin and other, AstraZeneca vaccines, but they were having a huge quantities. And whereas in Africa, the availability of vaccine was so low. So India has been advocating the cause and the need. Secondly, as far as the food insecurity that has just now come about, I must say that Indian government has chosen to provide African countries, because selectively we are not open. We fought it through the WTO and others, but it has been selectively provided to all the African countries as the needy ones. What is happening in Russia-Ukraine war, what is open there, that was essentially to supply to the European countries. But India has supplied to the African countries and to the other developing world. Well, barriers you mentioned about the LOC, there is really no barrier. The thing is that most African countries are realizing that they would not like to have greater debts. And that is a right thing to do. And so therefore, as and when they need exactly something, there are certain terms and conditions. Moreover, the Indian government, while moving on its policy of the lines of credit, has also significantly changed the way it has been done, or it is being done. Now it is far more transparent. It takes a little time because procedures have to be followed. But there are lines of credit, and I'm sure they are going to be increased further. But idea is not aid, idea is to trade, as they say, or to enhance investments, create capacities in those countries. And I think that that is something that is going on. I hope I have answered some of your questions. You very rightly mentioned, and I always say that no point opening an embassy when you don't have enough staff. But I tell you, there is a very interesting way which I have supported in my career. No need to just post only India-based staff. You can always find brilliant local staff, which is a model that the Europeans, Americans use it very often. They deploy them, they hire them, and they pay good salaries. They are far more effective than sending some staff members from India and just coping up with this. I hope the Indian government follows this policy as well. I'm no longer in the government, so I cannot say what they are doing, but this is very much on the card. In my time, we used to have an intake of 10, 12 people in the foreign service. Today, there are about 40 plus every year. That is also less. If you want to undertake the real kind of diplomacy that a rising power should, I think that much more needs to be done. So thank you very much once again. Now I see that Ms. Esther Karema Mutua has joined us. Madam, we have been waiting for you. The floor is yours. Kindly share your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, the hosts of this conference. It's my honor that I'm invited to this conference. I'm here to apologize for the absence of my ambassador to Kenya High Commission, Ambassador Willie Bett. He was not able to join. Basically, when you talk of relationship with India, me being the education attaché, I deal with education matters. As long as I know, as long as history has it, we've partnered very well, done very well in education matters with India. And currently, the dynamics that are coming with technology, much of it is what we are buying. Kenya is buying from India, and there is much progress. We are looking forward for the transfer of these skills, knowledge, attitudes, and values that are in the education system that is currently global, that will be able to be transferred to Kenya, and Kenya be also upstanding and vibrant to be able to move forward in the new generation that we have, that is so dynamic. Every day, every moment is a new thing coming up that is making education more vibrant. My names are Esther Karema Mutua, Education Attaché, New Delhi. Without much to say, thank you very much, and I look forward to learn more from this conference. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Madam. Very interesting that you have mentioned about the educational links that have been going on. As you know, India has always believed in capacity building and share and care. Whatever we have, we provide, and have been doing so with Kenya, and has very close links with India, historic, civilizational, and the Indians have been there, plenty of them actually. And it's an important country with which we are following our relations. You are rightly mentioned that education capacity building of the population is extremely important, because according to the data available, by 2050, Africa will have about 2.5 billion people. Currently, they have almost as much as India, but this will nearly double, and most of the other countries will have much less. For China, it's already declining. India will rise till 2050 with its young population, and then start declining as per the kind of estimates that are there. So obviously, these are great challenges, and in that sense, we have much to learn from each other and to help one another while overcoming the kind of challenges that exist even today. So thank you once again for your inputs, and I hope the Kenyan students and the African students in general are having a good time in India. Thank you very much. Now I don't see your other colleague. Is he joining or no?
Sir, with your permission, can we wait for another 5 minutes, because the Eritrean High Commissioner, he is joining. He's facing some issue. Probably we'll wait for another 5 minutes.
No problem.
No problem. In the meantime, with your permission, Ambassador, I just wanted to share, since we are talking about capacity building and other things, I just wanted to share my experience with the Rwanda, that where we worked on the capacity building, especially. Can I have your permission to share the same? In the meantime, we wait.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to share regarding the capacity building. We were in Rwanda working on the technologies that we shared with them, right from we worked on post-hours technology. So we worked on the project with WFLO, Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. This was done with WFLO, World Food Logistics Organization. We had worked on that. In that, I was earlier in post-house technology as an assistant director. I was working there. So in that, I had an opportunity, and the capacity building that we worked with the farmers, the women farmers over there, they were so keen to learn, and even today we have that contacts and where they are working, and they are built up with that whatever meager thing that we could give, right from the training on the like whole tomato concentrate or zero energy chambers that we built up, and now they have utilized that and they have replicated so much in that nearby area. So I had an opportunity to be there, and then and the area was so remote, and in spite of it, their enthusiasm, they're keen to learn. So these are the things that I just wanted to share, since this is a platform of this capacity building that we have been talking about. So that's what this, I just wanted to share this experience. It was a wonderful experience, and we still have the contacts and they are in touch for the further assistance wherever. So we keep talking, interacting. That's it. We do in this. So I just wanted to share this.
Lakshmi, that was very interesting. I'm sure that these are the kind of the projects that have actually built up.
Yes.
And our friend from Kenya is here. I wanted to share that during the pandemic, before that, India had provided, I think about $150 million or something, line of credit to revive a textile mill in Kenya. And during the pandemic, that textile mill, they tried to change it to create the masks and the various kind of equipment and other things, the gear that was required for the pandemic, fighting the pandemic. And they became really the source not only for Kenya, but for a large number of Africa from within. So the capacity building of that kind that has really gone on, and it's something very significant.
Yes.
I can tell you one
Sorry,
thing.
sorry. Now that you've mentioned Kenya, let me say there is a lot that goes on between Kenya and India. A lot of trade, a lot of even human beings. In fact, our 44th tribe is composed of Indian origin. And thank you very much. When COVID came in, when COVID happened, the first bunch of the vaccine that we received was from India. They really came in and helped us to start when really we didn't know what to do. Now, I'm also taking this opportunity to give an apology to my colleague who is the trade attaché. He's not feeling well, he's not around, so he was not able to join this meeting. Maybe he could have given more on trade relations. Thank you very much and good day.
And I must say that it was not one way. When India had the second wave of, which was terrible, of the pandemic, we received a lot of assistance from our African friends. So it is not one way, it is two ways in oxygen and several other assistance, and we are also thankful for that. The idea is that we need to stand for one another. I mean, that is the most important thing, and do it in a way that both of us grow, rather than having a very different kind of approach, which some other countries do follow. So let us hope that we continue to work together, identify new opportunities in the new meta era. That is because now we are moving into a high-tech era. And I personally believe that many people disagree with me, but I believe that 2050 onwards, or at least the second half, if not before, onwards, this would become an Afro-Asian century. It may not be the Asian century because of the China-India conflict, essentially, but it will definitely become an Afro-Asian century in the later half of this.
True.
Dr. Sinha?
No, sir, he's unable to join. He's still trying, sir.
Okay.
So I know I can understand when you have delegations, it's very difficult actually to branch off. Maybe he can join in some other panel later on.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So we are ready to close, so I pass it back to you.
Shivali,
Thank you all the distinguished panelists and excellencies who joined us, and Dr. Barnaby especially at short notice, sharing the thoughts. So thank you so much, and all your inputs are very important. And I'm quite confident that this conference will come up with, and seeing the Lakshmi and Dr. Sinha, that the inputs of this conference or the outcomes will be very, very useful for the government of India while it is planning both for G20 and for the IAFS, India-Africa Forum Summit. So please do that definitely. Share your comments and document and others with the government. And I'm so thankful to you for bringing me into this panel. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Shivali.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and our prestigious panel for this enlightening session that has enabled us, especially the students of AIIS, with a greater understanding of Africa's relationship with India, especially through a diplomat's view. We couldn't have been more honored to have been an audience to this wonderful panel and the intellect we just observed. Thank you so much for holding us a crowd worthy of investing your time and thoughts on. We will be forever grateful for your time and efforts. After this enlightening session, we now break for lunch, and I'd like to request everyone to join back in at 2:30 p.m. for the first technical session of the conference. Thank you so much, and see you in the next session.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So we owe you a lunch.
Yes. we will
So please do plan to come to Amity campus. So we'll be in touch.
We'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I warmly welcome the chair, the co-chair, and all the presenters for this technical session 1. Chair, Ms. Ruchita Beri from IDSA, very warm welcome to you. Co-chair, Ms. Kriti Lata Ram, International Africa Coordinator, former Senior Advisor, Government of Mauritius, warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank
And
you.
I welcome all the presenters, Dr. Shushmita Rajwar, Dr. Rajneesh Gupta, Dr. Jyoti Tyagi, Dr. Abhishek Mishra, Mr. Samir Bhattacharya. Most welcome. I hope we will be having a wonderful session. Looking forward to it.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I think we can start the session, Dr. Neha.
Yes, right, ma'am. Priya? You can start.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
So, good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the Amity Institute of International Studies, I, Riya Gautam, welcome you all to the first day of VIJIGISHU 2022. Now we'll be starting with the technical session 1 of the e-conference on the theme Agenda 2063 and taking stock of India-Africa Development Partnership. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair for the session, Ms. Ruchita Beri. Ruchita Beri, ma'am, is a senior research associate and center coordinator, Africa, Latin America, Caribbean, and United Nations Center at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi. She researches on international relations, political economy, and security of sub-Saharan Africa, India-Africa relations, and emerging powers in Africa and the Indian Ocean region. She is currently the president of the African Studies Association of India, member of the Africa Committee of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and serves on the executive board of the Forum for Indian Development Cooperation. She has edited and co-edited several books, including India and Africa, Common Security Challenges for the Next Decade, Food Governance in India, Rights, Security, and Challenges in the Global Sphere, India and Africa Enhancing Mutual Engagement, Africa and Energy Security, and a monograph, United Nations Security Council Reform, Perspectives and Prospects. She has also published numerous articles and book chapters and is a regular contributor to broadcast media. We welcome you, ma'am. I would now like to welcome our co-chair for the session, Ms. Kriti Lata Ram. So, Ms. Kriti Lata Ram, ma'am, International Africa Coordinator, GOPIO, and former Senior Advisor, Government of Mauritius. She is the founder and director of a disabled school providing quality education and skills to disabled children and has received the Best NGO Award in the disability sector in Mauritius. As Goodwill Ambassador of ANPRAS, that is African Network for Policy Research and Advocacy for Sustainability, committed to driving change in community-based actions for sustainable development at the grassroots level. She has also worked on the implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. She is also recipient of awards such as Inspiring Indian Women, Promising Indian African Award, Women of the Year Award, and Vidya Kalaniti Puraskar for a devotion in social work and education. I would now like to welcome our presenters for this session. Dr. Sushmita Rajwar, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Maharaja Aghusen College, University of Delhi. Dr. Rajneesh Kumar Gupta, Faculty at Center for Diaspora Studies, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. Jyoti Tyagi, Associate Editor, Diaspora Studies Journal, Netherlands. Dr. Abhishek Mishra, Associate Fellow, Observer Research Foundation. Mr. Sameer Bhattacharya, Doctoral Scholar, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. It's my pleasure to welcome all the presenters at this e-conference and scholars who have joined us through Zoom and are watching us live on Facebook. We are extremely glad to witness your presence today. Now, without further ado, I would like to call Ms. Ruchita ma'am to take the session forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for that kind introduction. I'm really glad to be part of this very important conference organized by the Amity University. I thank the organizer for inviting me. India has very strong historical ties with the African continent. And in the recent years, the relationship has grown even stronger. I am so thankful that I'm here today discussing India-Africa relations, especially in the context of the Agenda 2063 and India's development cooperation with the continent. First of all, let me greet the co-chair, Ms. Ram. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
And I also welcome all the eminent panelists who are researchers in their own right, very eminent people, and Professor Nagalakshmi from the Amity University. So as I said, that India's relations with Africa are very old, and in the current context, in the last 8 years, India has been really trying to enhance our relationship with the African countries. And one of the important aspects of India's development partnership with the African countries is that for India, the African priorities are what that matter most, you know. So India's development partnership is driven by the African priorities. And this is something which our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has also mentioned several times. And secondly, the other important point regarding India's Africa policy is that Africa, or the focus on Africa, is a high priority for India at the moment. Talking back on India giving higher priority to the African policies vis-a-vis development, that's why we have to discuss the Agenda 2063, because that's the vision that was developed by the African Union as to how the African countries would plan the development of their own region and what are the important priorities that they focus on. So I think this is a very important topic and discussion, given the fact that about 40% of India's lines of credit go to the African region. So it becomes even more pertinent to discuss these issues. So without wasting any further time, I would request the first speaker, Dr. Sushmita Rajwar from University of Delhi, to make her presentation. Over to you, Sushmita.
Thank you, Ruchita ma'am. Thank you very much. And firstly, I would like to thank the organizers, Amity Institute of International Studies, for hosting this conference on a pertinent issue, which is very, very important for us as researchers also. And we have been discussing issues related to India-Africa relationship in the past. But I'm glad that this session takes this relationship further and talks about the coming in of the Agenda 2063 and how it has affected the current relationship. So firstly, I'll talk a little bit about what Agenda 2063 is, and then I'm going to cover a couple of issues which can be important and key factors in determining this relationship and taking the objectives of this agenda further. Agenda 2063 aims to create an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, which is completely driven by the needs of the Africans, which is what we understand from the document. It is a blueprint and a master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. It is continent's strategic framework that aims to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development, and is a concrete manifestation of the Pan-African drive for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity. Now, this document and this agenda is a concrete manifestation of how the continent intends to achieve this vision within a 50-year period from 2013 to 2063. This agenda has been equated also because whenever we have any new initiative and an agenda, equated with many of the past initiatives that have already been undertaken with the African continent. But we also understand that it is also different from them for a variety of reasons. Like there have been various series of consultations through which this agenda has been drawn. That also means that the voices of the African people have been taken into account. It reflects the idea of being owned and driven by the African people as such. And about India and Africa, if we look at the relationship that India and Africa have, and there have been series of collaborations, initiatives, which have already been undertaken from the Indian side and the African continent. We share a multidimensional relationship with Africa since ancient times, which is old. And because of the geographical proximity and an easily navigable route through Indian Ocean, there have been exchanges of people between the two regions nearing each other. And during the colonial times also, there was free voluntary relations, which have in the past, which were actually driven by the colonial needs and preferences. The present relations, which are those between the sovereign states, were formally established only after both sides gained independence. However, both older and current relationship is very different from the relationship Africa shares with other countries. We have a relationship which can be described as old, full of historic bonds, multi-dimensional. India also enjoys tremendous goodwill in the continent, which gives it a competitive edge for its current engagement in Africa. So in this slide, I'm going to highlight a few aspects which are related to collaboration on higher education, which is also one of the agendas we are talking about in Agenda 2063. As we know that the presence of Indian diaspora in African countries is highly beneficial, and it is something which is taking this India-Africa partnership further. Indian diaspora includes Indian origin academicians who have been able to make their mark in the field of education, not just in the African countries, but all around the world in prestigious institutions, universities. African countries can adapt India's experience in developing policies designed to build a strong educational infrastructure, which will be able to increase skills and learning competencies, and will emulate India's example in increasing spending on high quality tertiary education also. So in many ways, if we look at the education sector and if we look at the problems that have been faced in Africa as far as education is concerned, many of them are similar to those in India. though there is a difference in scale and magnitude, which is what we understand. But India is in a position to understand and provide solutions to some of the problems that exist in Africa in the field of higher education. At the same time, it can benefit from joint research with top African institutes and create partnerships which can be beneficial for both sides. Faculty exchange, student enrollments, faculty development programs, and joint research are possible areas of collaboration between India and Africa in this field. For example, the India-Africa Higher Education and Skill Development Summit, which was held, has been aiming to provide a platform for Indian industry, academia to reach out to industry, academia, and students. And already by means of tele-education, there can be, which has already been established, there can be formal exchange of knowledge from around the world, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, which has brought in the online education as an important means to impart knowledge. Therefore, these online platforms could be used for roping in people of Indian origin, academicians from around the world also. Future research should focus on the means to standardize education in India through online education and also take part in imparting this knowledge to other countries. We can also say that establishment of a virtual or e-university should be something that can further the agenda, which has been mentioned in the Agenda 2063. With the help of such a network, education can be provided to students from everywhere around the world. And the Pan-African E-Network project, which was implemented in 48 countries and ran successfully, was also something which was established under the African Union Commission. We know that, and it has supported the capacity building education and medicine in at least these 48 countries. It has been able to successfully contribute to the advancement of teleeducation, telemedicine in Africa. And after the success of these initiatives, India also launched E-Vidya Bharati, E-Arogya Bharati in 2019. E-Vidya Bharati provides access to African students to over 500 courses in various disciplines covering technology, humanities, science, etc. And it also gives scholarships, 15,000 scholarships to Africans to pursue undergraduate and postgraduate courses from premier public, private Indian universities. And the pilot project in Ghana in collaboration with India-Ghana Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT was also very successful through this initiative. So there have been various collaborations which already exist. There is a framework and a structure that we already have with regard to collaborations in higher education, and we can of course take it further. There are various ways through which we can expand it further. In fact, in a recent meet in August between India's Education Minister and South Africa's Minister of Higher Education, they have also pledged to work, develop an institutional mechanism for tie-ups in higher education. So a joint working group on education is also being constituted for the same purpose. But we also understand that the current initiatives which are going on in the field of higher education, they also face certain challenges. There have been gaps, there have been problems, and we need to also talk about these challenges in order to reach out to the goals of Agenda 2063. One needs to find a way how to deal with these challenges. There has to be substantial investment in the education sector so that whatever we are proposing, the targets, they actually meet the needs of the African universities and students. Because again and again, we are saying in the agenda that we are focusing on the needs of the African people. It is coming from them. So that approach has to be followed. The diverse graduate programs which are being implemented should also address the issues of suitable graduate employability and self-employment for youth. Where are we going ahead with the programs and the courses which are being implemented? So to address this, there can be more investment in startups in academic programs. We can promote youth towards innovation. There can be research development projects which can be started in partnership with Indian universities, which can be very beneficial for both sides, not just for the Africans, but also for the Indian universities. So this can add to developing more knowledge, which will help in attaining our goals of Agenda 2063. Student exchange programs and short visits, field trips are all a part of these research programs which have been started, which are started in any higher education institutions. But we should also know that these programs can also be, they can be called successful if they do not have problems and if they do not have hiccups like racial discrimination. And there should also be sensitization programs which can be extremely successful for students and youth who are especially involved in attaining this education in higher education institutes. Integration and acceptance will create a more smoother process for us. Now, another aspect that I would like to highlight in this regard is the diaspora, because while formulating the Agenda 2063, there were rounds of consultations with women, students, youth, but also the diaspora in Africa. So this brings us to the importance of Indian diaspora, which already exists and which has a history and which has a whole structure of how various associations have been operating in different African countries. So we know that Indian diaspora has gone through a long and thorough process of integration in the host countries, where diaspora has faced a number of problems also, like economic hardships in Uganda, and segregation in South Africa. But Indian diaspora is both integrated as well as able to maintain its distinct identity in the host country. But one should notice that while maintaining this Indianness, it does not drive the Indian diaspora away from the responsibilities towards the host country. In fact, it has always stepped up to help the host countries as well as the home country in times of crisis. For example, during the COVID pandemic also. So it can be noted that the Indian diaspora organizations that have been functioning very well since before the pandemic have continued to play a key role in host countries. Some of these Indian associations have played an important role also in influencing the political agenda of political parties and their leaders, for example, in South Africa and many other countries. So moreover, after the significant exchange in the diaspora policy of the Indian government, which has adopted an approach of active association with the diaspora, these associations are also being heard intently now by the political leadership in India. Thus, the importance of these diasporic associations lies not just for the promotion of Indian culture and heritage, but also symbolizes the strength of these associations in the overall political economic structure of their host country. So many diaspora associations were instrumental in maintaining healthy bilateral relations, their host country with India. We also have seen examples during the visit of our Indian Prime Minister to any of the country with the diaspora. So one can say that these diasporic associations can play a key role in furthering the objectives of the Agenda 2063, and we should develop a mechanism of how we can promote these diasporic associations and the people who are engaged within these associations to further this agenda. I would like to stop here and we can have discussions after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sushmita, for very important points that you have raised. Especially you first explained the whole Agenda 2063, that how important it is for the African countries. And you've discussed the current framework of cooperation that exists between India and African countries in terms of higher education, and also pointed out the challenges that are there and suggested some of the solutions of how to take the relationship forward. And you also rightly mentioned that diaspora could also play an important part in their own countries, they are basically citizens of those countries, and they have now become an important part in the larger political structure. So they can play a part in dealing with this important issue of India-Africa cooperation in the higher education. So thanks a lot. And now I move to the next speaker. Sorry. And that is Dr. Rajneesh Gupta, who is the assistant professor from Central University, Gujarat. Dr. Rajneesh, very welcome to this session.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer, Amity University, Professor Nagalakshmi, and my colleague, Dr. Neha Sinha, for making me a part of this academic deliberation, as well as providing opportunity to see some of the old friends, as well as one of our Madam Ruchita Biri, who has been always source of inspiration to all of us. And Sushmita made my job quite easy by introducing the Agenda 2063, as well as analyzing the role of diaspora in this context. So strategically, I will not touch on the diasporic issues. And I will begin with the background of India's age-old relationship with Africa. We have history. We have our relations with Africa even prior to the beginning of the history. That means there are records which clearly indicates that relationship with India and Africa were flourishing even when there was no recorded history. Now, in the modern period, the shapers of India-Africa relations were our common past, experiences of colonial subjugation, exploitation, and inhuman treatments, which brought the phenomena of undevelopment in India as well as in Africa. Indian leadership, while struggling for its own independence, made always clear that we are not fighting for ourselves only, but our ultimate goal is decolonization of entire world. And in fact, many of the African leaders were trained in India or by Indian leadership. In the famous speech of Jawaharlal Nehru, the Trust with Destiny, which he delivered in the night of 14th August, made it clear that India has awake not only for herself, but for the entire world. And the shapers of the India-Africa relations were, of course, the Afro-Asian conferences and the Panchsheel principle, Bandung principles, which were adopted by India, and of course, a non-alignment movement, which was a major demarker of India-Africa relations. In the post-Cold War era, the Africa remained a priority area for Indian foreign policy makers. And in fact, a little bit earlier to the end of the Cold War, we played important role in the establishment of Africa Fund under the Prime Ministership of Rajiv Gandhi. And later on, we launched several initiatives to enhance our relations with Africa in the form of Focus Africa policy, India-Africa Forum Summit, network project in Africa, and so on. Now, yeah, of course, here it's worth mentioning my own survey, which I conducted as a part of Ministry of Foreign Trade way back some 12 years back, before the coming of this Agenda 2063. We tried to assess perceptions of Indian partnership with Africa, and we contacted some 24 embassies and high commissions. And in the most of the cases, we got the reply that Indian assistance, Indian partnership is in the line of needs of the African countries. India never imposes any developmental project or any conditionalities while granting aid or loans or any form of assistance. Now, coming to the context of Agenda 2063, as Susmita provided the background of this agenda, I would like to highlight the basic thrust areas of Agenda 2063, which the subtitle is the Africa we want. That means Africa, which in the eyes of, from the perspectives of African nations. So it is a very detailed document prepared by African Union, and that chalk out the strategies for the development in next 50 years, the 5 decades. It's a quite longer period. During this period, they have 7 aspirations, 20 goals, and 38 priority areas. Each aspirations have some goals and some other priority areas. Of course, it would not be possible to cover all the priority areas or all the goals, but just I would like to analyze the future India-Africa partnership in some points. Before I go on that, I would like to mention here the 10 points stated by the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, during his 3 nations visit in Africa in July 2018. When he paid a visit to Rwanda, South Africa, and Uganda. And in all 10 points, the first point was Africa will be the top of our priorities. We will continue to intensify and deepen our engagement with Africa, as we have shown. It will be sustained and regular. Of course, I'm not going to read out all the 10 points, but if we analyze these 10 points, we'll see all these points are in accordance with the aspirations, goals, and priority areas listed by the document Agenda 2063. Now, let's have a quick look on the aspirations of shown in this document and the way India can contribute to attain those aspirations. The first aspirations is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The goals and priority areas listed under this heading, this aspiration, are largely associated with the education, the issues of poverty, inequality, and hunger, health and nutrition, and of course, the issues of environment. So if we analyze it from the perspective of India or Indian assistance, Indian partnership in this sector, we can fairly mention the ITech program, which we began in the 1960s, as well as the cultural ICCR scholarship, which Sushmita mentioned in the previous presentation, in her presentation. We need to offer more and more avenues to train the people from Africa and enhance the scholarships, as well as we promised in India Africa Forum Summit in 2008, to establishment of some pioneer research institutes, educational institutes in Africa. And we are already doing that. And I think we need to do a more to help African countries to fulfill the aspirations they have shown in the agenda. The second agenda aspiration is an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideas of Pan-Africanism and the vision of African Renaissance. In this context, I think India can share its experiences of our integration in the form of some regional organizations where we are involved in the like ASEAN. Of course, we can also share our failures, which we see in the South Asian context. I think that experience can give insights to formulate strategies in African context. And we are already having close ties with some of the regional organizations in Africa, like SADC, ECA, and all. The third aspiration is an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Of course, India is already doing on this sector. I know in many elections, India sends its representatives and its technical know-how to assist electoral the elections and the votings in African continent. I think we need to enhance that partnership as per the needs of the people of Africa and on the request of the African nations. The fourth aspiration is a peaceful and secure Africa. We are one of the largest human resource provider in the context of in United Nations peacekeeping force, but that has been a matter of contention in African continent. I think we should be quite careful while sending any assistance in the form of our military and all, and we must commit such assistance to the United Nations only after consulting, after getting a green signal with the African Union or concerned nations in Africa. The fifth aspiration is Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, and ethics. I think this is the sector where our diaspora is playing a vital role, and we need to engage our diaspora in Africa to continue this goodwill. The sixth aspiration is an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially in women and youth and caring for children. In this context, I think Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment can help in formulating policies for in different African nations, and we can, of course, the many efforts which we have done in India for the empowerment of or upliftment of the weaker sections can be shared with the nations of the African continent. The last
Dr. Rajneesh,
yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rajneesh, if you can finish your presentation.
Sure. Just as its last aspiration, and Africa as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. I think in this context, we can share our experiences in the United Nations and other global forum, dealing the global problems. We can come together and we can achieve many of the targets into the perspective of developing nation. Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajneesh, for very important comments. I think you started with discussing the historical relations between India and African countries, bringing it up to date to the current times. But then you analyze the Agenda 2063, all the aspirations which the African countries have, and providing us with suggestions as to how can India take forward and support the African countries in meeting these aspirations. So thank you for these valuable comments. Now it's time for me to invite the next speaker. And before I do that, I would request all of you who are not speaking at the moment, who are non-speakers, to mute their mic. Sometimes there is a disturbance. So the next speaker is Dr. Jyoti Tyagi, who is the Associate Editor of Diaspora Studies. Welcome to you, Jyoti, and I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair, and organizers for giving me the opportunity. I speak on India-Africa Development Partnership in the light of Agenda 2063. Before I start, I want to say that any discussion on India-Africa Development Partnership, there is a need to emphasize that it is a partnership where parties come together to achieve mutually beneficial goals. Now, in this case, it is pertinent to recognize that Africa is becoming an indispensable continent for India's future, one that New Delhi cannot ignore. Simultaneously, individual African nations, as well as the African Union, increasingly look to India as a potential partner for their future. How? India is growing economically, especially its need for resources, its role as a net security provider, its competitive health and education sector, its agriculture, business, infrastructure, and training skills make India attractive for African countries. Today, when we look at India-Africa relations, we see a new era that is founded on shared economic interest and, of course, long-standing historical ties. Now, as far as India is concerned, if we look at the current government, which came to power in 2014 and is in its second consecutive term, we see that its major focus is economic diplomacy that advances India's economic activity at home. We are all familiar with Make in India slogan. It is a crucial program that is designed to facilitate investment, foster innovation, enhance skill development, protect intellectual property, and build best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure in India so that India can become part of global supply chain. For all these, India needs resources and reliable economic partners, and thus India has sought to spearhead and revitalize India's economic relations with Africa. Therefore, we see that unlike the first two high-level India-Africa Forum Summits in 2008 and 2011, which were limited to 15 African countries, the 2015 summit drew world attention when all 54 African countries attended it. The scale of 2015 demonstrated India's increased level of commitment and action to the continent. The two-way trade has grown from $5.3 billion in 2002 to more than 70 billion, though it still remains low. During the same time, African Union was crafting Agenda 2063 for itself in 2013 at the Global Jubilee of Organization for African Union, which was founded in 1963. And it was subsequently formally adopted in 2015. This ambitious agenda, as previous speakers, Dr. Rajneesh Gupta and Dr. Sushmita have already explained, is the new development compact of Africa, where they seek increasing alignment of what they will endeavor to do to fulfill its visions. And thus, our Agenda 2063 outlines the continent's objectives in economic, security, and political terms, which are the basis of engagement with external partners. We can call it a springboard to identifying ideas of cooperation with external actors. The aspiration include some with which India is already engaged, as Dr. Rajneesh has already explained. These include creating an Africa whose people grow inclusively and sustainably, support regional and continental integration, the evolution of effective good governance, keeping peace and stability in Africa, recognizing African identity and unity within its diversity, creating development processes centered on people with special efforts to care for women and youth, and in Africa as an international partner. Now, due to the attention African countries and AU attached to it, India also should think how, with its long-standing partnership with Africa, to have a more intense engagement with the Agenda 2063. Now, when one reads Agenda 2063, we find 15 important projects. Now, these flagship projects need attention to see if India can align with some of them more deeply. Now, with limited time, I cannot discuss all projects here, but will highlight few. The first project is Integrated High-Speed Train Network. This project aims to provide connectivity among African capital with other large cities. No doubt extremely ambitious, this is something that India, with its level of appropriate technology and railway experience, can enjoy a plurilateral effort in Africa. There will be much that the Indian experience can contribute. Next is establishment of African Continental Free Trade Area. This is expected to accelerate India-Africa trade, boost Africa's trading position in global market, and it aims to significantly accelerate growth of intra-African trade and use trade more effectively as an engine of growth and sustainable development by doubling such trade, strengthening Africa's common voice and policy space in global trade negotiations. Its start has been impacted by COVID-19, but it still sees much aspiration. Now, a former Indian diplomat, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, he did a survey in Africa about whether India as a development partner, FDI, a promising option for Africans. In fact, FDI from India is considered the most valuable asset by respondents in the survey. According to him, the main option for India is to support FDI to target the growing intra-African market. A fund based on concessional finance for Indian FDI into Africa will be highly valued approach for this. We also should integrate the grant projects with Indian FDI investors and link their corporate social responsibilities and Indian grant funding to create training and capacity building institutes in Africa. Next is free movement of people within Africa. Now, general commitments to permit visa-free travel for Africans across border into other African countries need to be converted to practical laws which can be implemented. The initiative is to have free movement of people within Africa, as already done with some regional communities. In 32 countries have already signed protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons. This includes right of residence and establishment. Now, India should seek such free movement of Indian residents in African countries. It should also ask for business visas with greater ease of obtaining them, and for movement in regions and then all over Africa for Indian businessmen. If the ease of movement emerging within Africa is not extended to Indian entrepreneurs, then it will become another non-tariff barrier. The next important project is implementing Inga Dam project. Now, the Inga Dam project located in the Democratic Republic of Congo is a massive multi-dam project. It has the potential to generate 43,200 megawatt of power, and this can support regional power pools and contribute to transform Africa from traditional to modern sources of energy. With appropriate transmission program, it can bring access of clean and affordable electricity to all of Africa. We should aim to have Indian companies join these efforts and participate in the program. The next is creating an African unified market for air services. Now, single air transport market is to provide intra-regional connectivity among African capital cities and create a single unified market for air transport services in Africa. Now, this is very important for the economic integration and growth. Even as Indian trade and investment in Africa has risen, the Indian Airlines connection with Africa have been in retreat. Air India, which flew to so many stations, now barely fly to Nairobi, and even the rights according to African airlines like Ethiopian, Kenya, Air Mauritius, Air Seychelles, Rwanda, and Air Tanzania have all not been regularly used. And this is due to their own internal struggle for survival. Gulf airlines like Emirates, Etihad, Qatar have been the biggest beneficiaries of India-Africa passenger boom. Now, this benefits neither Africa nor India. A more business-like approach to code sharing between Air India and African airlines and better seamless connectivity through such partnership could be announced. The next interesting project is developing an Africa outer space strategy. Now, Africa has a desire to use space science to enhance its development. It can benefit critical sectors like agriculture, disaster management, remote sensing, weather forecasting, finance, and security. Africa's access to space technology is now seen as a necessity. Current developments in satellite technologies make these feasible. What are needed are encouraging policies and strategies to develop a market for space products in Africa. Now, India has offered the use of space satellites for African use, as in for weather forecasting. The effort to set up a weather forecasting center in Eastern Africa did not succeed after India-Africa Forum Summits 1 and 2. And in the third, it was agreed that India will collaborate with Africa in use of space technology for remote sensing and to map resources, weather forecasting, disaster management, and disaster risk reduction, including early warning of natural disasters. Now, the solution lies in constantly engaging with ongoing African discussion on these issues on a regular basis, and thereafter see whether India can contribute. India can offer to allocate spectrum on an Indian satellite for African use and could build and launch a space satellite for Africa at a concessional price. Apart from involvement in these flagship projects, we need to see what changes might be viable in India-Africa Development Partnership to ensure that its mandate addresses the enveloping priorities of India, the AU, and the African countries. There are two areas that I find worth highlighting. The first is in the political terrain. It may be time to expand the focus of our partnership to include platform for political and security dialogue that would reflect changing geostrategic trends in two regions, as well as mutual concern about the spread of radicalism. From Boko Haram in Nigeria to Al-Shabaab in Horn of Africa, African governments are battling non-state actors across the Sahel belt from west to east. Many of these states are politically fragile with limited capacity to effectively respond to these threats, which also has transnational dimensions. Cooperation between Africa and the AU in the exchange of lessons learned and effective instrument will also serve to elevate the mechanism to one that encompasses all dimensions of relationship between India and Africa, rather than focusing on element that sees Africa largely through a development cooperation prism. Now, the second area is maritime and environmental dimension, which has both economic and political components. Both AU and India recognize the importance of maritime security, and this includes reducing piracy, but also equals effective resource management. African states, by and large, have very limited capacity in this domain. Now, in greater collaboration between India and African littoral states in this area would be beneficial to all and can only be tackled effectively if all participate. Now, to conclude, as India's foreign policy takes on a more geo-economic orientation, and Africa itself is gearing up to tackle its economic and political challenges and becoming more central to global debates, a review of the partnership between these two regions is very important to ensure its continued political relevance beyond the domain of one what one might call South-South cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Tyagi, for walking us through the important aspects of the flagship projects of 2063. You brought out a number of these projects and also put forward your views as to how we can cooperate with the African countries in these flagship projects of the African Union. You mentioned two areas where you think we could have greater collaboration. First is in terms of developing a platform on security and political relations. I think in terms of security relations at the government-to-government level, the government has created the Defense Ministers India-Africa Defense Dialogue, which is now been institutionalized, going to take place with the Defense Expo every 2 years. And the next meeting is scheduled from 18th of October. In fact, I will have to leave you all at 3:30 because I have to attend one of those meetings only. IDSA is the knowledge partner for that program. But I agree with you that we need to have more programs. If the government has platforms, if the government has developed a platform, we need to develop platforms to discuss these issues so that we can provide some ideas. What are we doing as academicians? Our role is to provide better knowledge, enhance give some ideas to the other policy makers about how to take this forward. So a platform where the academicians working on security issues can come together, think tanks, so this is something which is very interesting. Second, the maritime dimension that you mentioned is again a very important area. So thank you. The next speaker, I welcome Doctor, may I call you Doctor now, Abhishek Mishra from the ORF.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Ma'am, I have a small presentation. With your permission, can I share my screen? Is it visible?
Visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So just thank you first and foremost. Thank you, Amity University and Dr. Niyasina for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important issue. The previous speakers, they have eloquently spoken about the centrality of Agenda 2063 and the possible areas of India-Africa collaboration. I'm going to take the maritime security dimension aspect forward a little bit in my presentation. So at the outset, let me say that India and Africa as two important central geographies of the global South. We have come a long way from our days of common struggle against colonialism to a very multifaceted partnership which we enjoy currently in the 21st century under the rubric of South-South cooperation. Now, while the earlier patterns of trade, focus on trade, investment, capacity building, it continues. New issues like maritime security, connectivity, blue economy have come under the spotlight and is gaining traction in India's Africa outreach. Now, what is maritime security and why does it matter to India and little countries in the northern region? Like maritime security in general, it's a very broad and umbrella term. It has no one single meaning. It can be discussed in a variety of contexts, and it may mean very different things to different peoples. But broadly speaking, maritime security generally it concerns the protection of a state's land and maritime territories. But till date, as I said, no consensus has been reached on what this term entails and how specific countries decide to deal with maritime security. Now, from an African, we are very much aware of the Indian context, but from an African context, I'd like to mention that like 38 out of its 54 countries, they're either coastal or island nations. It has a total of 26,000 nautical miles in total length of coastlines, including the IOR island nations. Its maritime industry has a potential of reaching almost $1 trillion. Over 90% of the continent's trade and exports and import is conducted via the sea. African-owned ships, they account for nearly 1.2% of the world shipping, which does not do justice to the continent's size and by number, and only 0.9% by gross tonnage. Yet, due to the inward continental nature of African countries, they tended to focus their attention and their resources mostly on dealing with more immediate problems like civil wars, strikes, etc. So this resulted basically for the longest time, this resulted in African countries suffering from what is termed as sea blindness. But since 2000 onwards, when the peak of piracy started, this became a matter of serious regional and international concern, and this forced African countries to pay increasing attention to the maritime domain. The same case was for India as well, because we wanted to protect our ships in that region, and then the 2008 Mumbai attacks happened as well. So broadly, African countries have been successful in moving forward from the sea blindness. There is a collective African realization of the importance of the maritime domain. Now, the initial way in which their maritime security in an African context evolved is generally through international maritime organizations sponsored conferences, seminars, meetings, etc. There's a whole list of examples. These series of meetings, it eventually became the basis for what we now known as, which for two codes of conduct. One is the Djibouti Code of Conduct, focusing on Western Indian Ocean and East Africa, and the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, focusing on Western Africa.
Dr. Abhishek, may I interrupt
yes.
you for a minute?
Yes.
I would like to take your leave now. So let me thank Dr. Neha for inviting me for this very important meeting and conference. I am sorry I have to leave now, and I request the co-chair, Ms. Pritilita Ram, to take over the proceedings from now onwards.
Yes.
Sorry for this disruption.
It's okay, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Berry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. May I continue?
Yes.
Yes, Abhishek.
Okay, so focusing on this region, which is Western Indian Ocean region, the map is there. So we can see that it is very much a coherent biogeographic organized region. And it is one of the regional seas which has been identified by United Nations Environmental Program. Its total natural assets has been conservatively estimated to be as much as $333.8 billion, according to the World Wide Fund. Its annual gross marine product, which is an equivalent to a country's GDP, is at least 20.8 billion for each of these coastal countries. It has the second largest coral hotspot in the world, but unfortunately, the region suffers from a lot of transnational security challenges, and that's why only 2.4% of its marine areas are under protection in this region. Now, traditionally speaking, the role which Indian Navy it has played, as I mentioned, that our initial focus concern was piracy. So, but only looking at piracy, only looking at the continent, engaging with the continent through this narrow lens, it's couched in misplaced philosophy. Over the years, we have been witnessing a proactive reorientation in our nautical outlook. We have been trying to position ourselves as a regional security provider and a preferred security partner for all these littoral countries. Basically, India's strategy is to build bridges of friendship and improve its partner capability and expand our crisis response capacity. We have been termed as Indian Navy has been termed as a gentle security stabilizer in the region, which is a source of positive deterrence and for providing greater regional public goods. In anti-piracy as well, we have escorted loads of ships in the region. The Gulf of Aden region only crude oil and fertilizer imports are what our Indian fertilizer and crude oil imports are around 50 billion and exports are worth 60 billion. So naturally, from a commercial perspective, the region is very fundamental to us. We have come up with a lot of new initiatives like Sagar initiative and the Indo-Pacific Ocean initiative as well. We have been a very vocal proponent of encouraging African participation in regional multilateral organizations like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, as well as India recently became an observer to the Djibouti Code of Conduct and the Indian Ocean Commission. We have regularly conducted hydrographic surveys for 5 African countries in this region. Recently, back in August 2021, Mauritius and Seychelles got included as members of the Colombo Security Dialogue, including Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Bangladesh. In terms of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, there are many recent examples, the last being the Wakashio Mauritius oil spill, which happened in 2020. Information sharing, collaboration on white shipping information and defense ties are a very important growing aspect of this of our outreach. Now, in this region, it's the external players like both resident and non-resident powers. Non-resident powers like US and China, and resident powers like India and France have been increasing their presence in this region. At any given point, 5 to 8 Chinese ships are present in the Indian Ocean region, and they are deploying research and survey vessels, and in many instances without even getting Indian permission in our territorial waters. So naturally, this is a national security concern for us, Chinese Navy's presence in the region. So we certainly want to ensure that China does not pursue any hegemonic goals in the region. Now, exactly what is China doing? Like, see, the increasing militarization of the Indian Ocean is a big red line for both India and as well as African countries as well, because as China's ability to maintain and sustain its maritime militia in the Indian Ocean increases, our own freedom of navigation is going to get more and more restricted, and this could soon worryingly overcome our current advantages of geography in the Indian Ocean that we enjoy. And China, what they're doing in the Indian Ocean is that they're expanding stakeholdership through gradual expansion of quasi-military presence. So Indian Navy and the Chinese Navy, we have been very much, we have made it a point not to be confrontational in the Indian Ocean region as a matter of principle, because that would send the wrong image to all the littoral countries, including the African countries of the West Indian Ocean region. So overall, I'd just like to end by saying that we have a lot of comparisons continue to happen between India and China in Africa, but in my opinion, I mean, we both are pursuing the same goals. We're trying to carve a space and position ourselves as reliable partners for African countries. China's focus is much more traditional in nature compared to us. They are focusing on resource extraction, elite level wealth creation, party-to-party linkages, political influence, etc. A lot of discussions happen about the so-called debt trap. But in my opinion, as of till now, there has not been any conclusive evidence that China has seized any assets in Africa as of now. So, but at the same time, we can't deny the opacity with which they operate, the opaque nature of their contracts, the non-disclosure clauses. Those are all, and the blatant lack of regard for environmental sustainability is a big challenge when it comes to China's engagement in Africa. So I would like to finish there and look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek Mishra. Now, I would request our co-chair for this session to take over the session as a chair. Ms. Kritilata Ram, ma'am.
Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek Mishra, the Research Associate of ORF. It's really interesting to note the theme that you have put forward today about the maritime dimension, the aspect where India and India-Africa outreach in the Western Indian Ocean. And you talked about the maritime security and how it matters. And also you talked about the threats that are prominent in these regions, and also about the evolution of African maritime security, where you mentioned, I think, about 34 countries which form part of these coastal and coastal or island nations, which are very important to take into consideration. And also you talk about the focusing on Western India Ocean also, which is very important because maritime dimension is very important for a country. And India and Africa, I think, are working on this, and more have to be done to secure all the African countries. And talking on the role of Indian Navy also, you talked about the proactive reorientation in India's nautical outlook, which is very important. And thank you for all the your expose was really very amazing, and do hope for the agenda 2063 that some of this or I think all the what you mentioned could be taken into consideration, and more so about China also. It's very important to take note about China also. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek Mishra. I would now like to call our last presenter for this session today, Mr. Sameer Bhattacharya, doctoral scholar, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, Sameer, you're audible.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Madam Dr. Neha Sinha and also Amity University for giving me this opportunity. So, ma'am, with your permission, may I share the screen?
Yes, Sameer.
Thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible, Sameer. Yes.
Great. So thank you. It's an honor and a great opportunity for me to speak on this platform. So basically, while we are talking about Africa's Agenda 2063 and also what role India can play in this, I think one important aspect that we need to consider is we are living in an uncertain world, and things, particularly geopolitics, is changing in world. Geopolitics is changing so fast that we must consider, we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So how can we consider what is where we will be at the end of 2063? So one area that I wanted to focus through this paper is the current Russia-Ukraine war, which is going on for last 7-8 months, and how this is going to impact Africa and overall its Agenda 2063. So before before going to the detail of this impact, first let us see how what was Africa's position in vis-a-vis this war. So when this war started in February, after that UN there was an UN resolution to condemn this war by Russia, and in that UN resolution, 141 countries out of 193 supported the resolution. But surprisingly, only 27 African countries supported it. And there are 3 African countries which is rotating chair for UN. This time it was Ghana, Kenya, and Gabon. All 3 of them, they supported the resolution. Now, if we see that Sudan, Mali, and Central African Republic, these 3 countries particularly are considered as Russia's long-time allies. So it was very natural, it was expected that these 3 people might not support the resolution. But surprisingly, countries like South Africa, Mozambique, Angola, Algeria, Madagascar, Namibia, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and Zimbabwe, all these countries, they abstained. And South Africa's abstention was particularly surprising because South Africa in all these platforms always support, for example, Palestinian cause, or every time they support uh, they are always against the aggressor country. Then going forward, Cameroon and Ethiopia, these two countries were totally absent from the voting room, and Eritrea was the only African country that voted against the resolution. It means they supported Russia's action in Ukraine. Now, uh, what is some people may think that Russia's Africa connection is very new, but particularly since 2019 when the Sochi summit took place. But it is actually not. Russia, I mean, Russia was previously, when it was Soviet Union, there was a throughout the Cold War, Africa, many African countries had a very strong relationship with Soviet Union. Uh, the Soviet Union worked for many of these countries as ideological mentor, and for some countries they supported with weapons, sometimes financing. The period of from 1991 to 2001, when President Boris Yeltsin came as came in power, that was the time when Russia actually lost some connection with Africa. But the situation is again changing. Russia is again coming back to Africa with a unique combination of diplomacy and guns and mercenaries. So even after the the Cold War was over, there are a few countries with which Russia always maintain a good, strong military ties, like Algeria, Angola, Congo, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Mali, and Central African Republic. Now there are a few countries where very recently, in last 2 years, in fact last year, 3 coups took place in Africa. One was in Mali, one was in Burkina Faso, and the third was in Guinea. And in Equatorial Guinea and probably Madagascar, there were accusations of coup, which was prevented. So these 3 countries, particularly where the coups took place, and there are huge sanctions, like severe sanctions by UN and African Union. And these are the 3 countries these countries are getting a lot of support from Russia. In sometimes it's direct, sometimes it's indirect. But so these are the 3 countries which are again normally supported Russia. I mean, not went against Russia in UN vote. Then there are certain countries like South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and Sudan. While these countries are openly not in support of Russia, they have a very strong economic ties with Russia. So these are the countries again they could not go against Russia. So, and one Russia's this coming back is can be accredited. I mean, can be linked to the annexation of Crimea in 2014, when Russia also got a lot of sanctions and they needed new friends. So it's more like those who are alienated in Africa, and Russia is already alienated. These people are getting closer every day. Now, in 2019, this cooperation, which was always going on, it got an institutionalization. The first Russia-Africa summit took place in Sochi. If we consider it compared to TICAD is a Japan-Africa summit. It started in 1993. China-Africa summit started in 2000. Then, in fact, India-Africa summit also, IAFS, that started in 2008. So Russia is, in fact, a latecomer in that way. But in the first meeting itself, Russia could manage 50 African nations and 43 African heads of state. So it was a huge event. And following the summit, President Putin announced generously lot of different projects, and he actually wrote off $20 billion debt of Russia. So so of different African countries. So this event became a huge success. And this year, 2022, Russia has dubbed this year as Year of Africa. And the second Russia-Africa summit is scheduled to take place sometime in November or December in Ethiopia. So one big reason that Africa is taking Russia's side is the weapons. Sub-Saharan Africa, according to CIPRI data, 30% of its weapon, Sub-Saharan Africa sourced it from Russia. China is the second, then comes France, and US is distant fourth. So a few countries like Ethiopia, Uganda, and Angola, particularly these three countries, are extremely dependent on Russian weapons. Ethiopia, some of you must be aware that Ethiopia currently, since almost 1.5 years, battling a huge civil war against the Tigray rebellion. And Uganda is also inside their country. They are battling against Allied Democratic Forces rebels. And for to fight, both these countries need Russian weapons. Then Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eritrea, Kenya, and Rwanda, even they have extreme dependence, not as much as the first three countries, but yes, they also are very much dependent. Then in Sudan and DRC, the UN missions itself, they use Russian helicopters for transportation. So if there is a ban on Russia, sanctions on Russia, then even these UN missions will also suffer. So it is very difficult to weed out Russia from Africa. Do Russian mercenaries have a role? Yes, there is a Wagner Group, which is a company connected to a personal friend of Vladimir Putin. That group was started. It started its mission in Africa during the civil war of Mozambique and Libya. And people thought it's a small. Everybody thought it's a small mission, and once the war is over, they will leave. But they are still their involvement is increasing. Now they are actually the president's bodyguard in Central African Republic. They are they come from Wagner Group, and most recently in Mali, also Wagner Group has entered, and probably there is a speculation that Wagner Group will be very much active in Burkina Faso. The model of Wagner Group is very simple. In 2016, when in Central African Republic, France ended its Operation Sangaris, and France could not remove all the, could not eliminate all the terrorist elements. This mercenary group replaced France. And this 2022 February, Operation Barkhane, France ended its Operation Barkhane and decided to leave Mali. And similarly, this group is replacing France in Mali. So these two are probably interlinked. France is actually not happy that there is a Russian presence in Mali. So they decided to remove all its forces from Mali in February. So now the situation, the country which is totally under the north of the country, which is totally under jihadist and secular secessionist groups, the country has witnessed two coups in back-to-back coups in 2 years. Now the country and France, the security provider for last 9 years, also left. So they are totally in the mercy of Russia, and particularly this Wagner Group. How this Wagner Group functions? They give their military equipments and their their equipments, and they give training of counter-terrorism, counter-insurgency, etc. And in return, Russia gains commercial contracts, access to ports, concession to mine resources. Now, how this crisis, Russia-Ukraine fight the war will impact the African Agenda 2063. African Agenda 2063 says that we need to eliminate hunger and food insecurity by 2025. In fact, the year 2022 was dubbed as a year for nutrition, because probably this Russia-Ukraine war we might have forgotten, but the last 2 years was extremely bad for food security because of COVID, and many people in many parts of Africa there were droughts, there were problem of food. So it was considered as a good move that in 2022 African Union decided that by 2025 we must eliminate this hunger and food insecurity. But a few, like what started, it is going to definitely derail the agenda. It is going to be very difficult to eliminate hunger and food insecurity by 2025, because one reason, because Russia and Ukraine are often referred to as the world's breadbasket. They supply over 40% of wheat in Africa. So in fact, Ukraine's key food export for Africa is wheat, barley, sunflower oil. In 2020, Africa imported 4 billion of agricultural products from Russia and another 2.9 billion from Ukraine. So how this, there is no easy replacements, and even if India and many other countries try to step in, it is not going to be replaceable so easily. In the David Beasley of World Food Program, he called this crisis as catastrophe on top of catastrophe. Like first we had this COVID, and now we have this also. And in some oil importing, that is because in Africa there are a few countries which export oil, but most of the countries are importing oils. In those countries they are going to suffer the most, because the prices of other necessary commodities also will rise. It has already started rising. In few months ago, 2 months ago, Senegalese President Macky Sall, who is also heading the AU, he traveled to Russia and he met Putin. He made President Putin to get assurance that if Russia can start exporting the food products again, and Putin said that yes, we are ready to give you all the food products, but you have to ask other European countries to remove the sanctions. So this is going to be an interesting time in the different multilateral forums. So one particular realizations of African nations also during this war was that these Western donors were much more generous towards supporting Ukraine compared to providing support to African countries to combat hunger, their security concerns, and COVID-19, which is actually not over. Another big concern will be energy security. And there was a plan, Agenda 2063 says that 80% residential electrification and 90% access to electricity is to be done by 2025. So now that after the war started, the way energy prices are rising, particularly for oil importing countries, it is going to be a big trouble. Countries like South Africa, the second or third most economically powerful country, is having blackouts every day for hours. So then there are Russia has also many nuclear power project plans in Africa. With in Egypt, there is a El Daba nuclear power plant which was signed the deal was signed in 2017. Russia gave $25 billion loan, and Egypt's energy security plan was much dependent on the successful completion of this project. Now the project is stalled. And the similar deal was signed in 2019 with Rwanda, then Ethiopia, Nigeria, Zambia, Uganda, Sudan, and DRC. All these countries have already signed, and they are at different stages of exploration. Rosatom was working in all these countries, and now all these things are stalled. Then some opportunities amid the crisis. Yes, Algeria and Libya, these are the two countries close to Europe. So if they can maintain their regional stability, national domestic stability, and they can increase their production, then yes, these two countries can actually profit from the rise in oil price. There are other oil producing countries like Nigeria, Angola, Gabon, which can also benefit, provided there is an infrastructure. In fact, Nigeria, Niger, and Algeria, these countries have discussing about a trans-Saharan gas pipeline, but these things will take time. By then, we don't know that whether there will be other challenges, what is going to happen. Then Tanzania was seeking a $30 billion investment. It has a potential gas potential, and Tanzania is also expecting to get this investment thanks to this crisis. To conclude, in 2013, Africa celebrated the OAU's 50th anniversary. This year was actually African Union's 20th birthday, and there was in February when like before the war started, there was a lot of celebration. Even though the COVID induced surge in food prices was there, then there was the drought in some African countries. There was still some hope, but then now after this war has started, in fact African Union had another plan to silence the gun by 2020. They had to postpone the plans to 2030. Then Africa, there is another big change which is going to happen. India, particularly in respect of India always preferred working with African countries bilaterally. Now there is a multilateral contract coming up, African Continent Free Trade Area. So there will be, Africa will work as a bloc. So probably going forward, India should explore, apart from going from bilateral to multilateral, India can also explore some triangular cooperation, like for energy, like ISA with France or AADC with Japan. India can, there are many civil societies which are working in Africa. These people can actually, like Barefoot, Terry and Seva, they are actually working at the ground level. So probably these countries can, these organizations can actually offset some of the negative impacts of the war. Then private sector will always be there and welcome. So finally, India, like Africa's median age at this moment is 19. So it is an extremely young continent. And by 2030, a quarter of the world's workforce and consumer will be found in Africa. So any country, I mean, including India, cannot ignore Africa anymore. And hopefully, even after this crisis, Africa will achieve all the goals of Agenda 2063 by 2063. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sameer Bhattacharya. Ms. Kritilata, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Sir Sameer Bhattacharya. It was really very interesting to listen to your expose and the impact of Russia-Ukraine War of African Agenda 2063. And you talked on the role of India, what India can play the role in the agenda and how it can impact on the African countries. And you mentioned about the changes in the geopolitics, which has a great effect upon the countries near with the war of Ukraine. And how did Africa vote on UN resolution against Russia also, where you mentioned about, I think, 141 countries out of 193 participating nations that backed the resolution denouncing the Russia. And also you talked about the countries also which abstained and which voted on this domain. And coming to the Russia-Africa connection, also you mentioned about the strong historical connection, which is very important to note, period from 1991 to 2001. And you listed some countries that are getting support from Russia, directly or indirectly. And of course, when they are getting support, how this can cause problem to the agenda of 2063. And also you mentioned about the overall impact about the food security and energy security. You elaborated a lot on it. And thank you. It was really very interesting, and hope that I think that it will not be really difficult to eliminate hunger by 2025 if India comes in to support and give a great hand. Thank you, Mr. Samir. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thanks to all the presenters for such an extremely enlightening and enriching presentations. So with this, we will now move forward towards the question and answer session. Our students have few questions, and any of the presenters can choose to answer. So the first question is, what is India's strategy in Africa to challenge China in terms of economic perspective?
Probably what we can do is, Ria, we can take up 2-3 questions if it's there, and then each of presenters can answer.
So the next question is, as many African students come to India for studies, as well as many Indian people work in many African countries, how the educational and research and development programs will help in enhancing diplomacy of India and African countries? Another question is how economic diplomacy can foster innovation and strategic partnership in India, Africa. And how important is for both India and African countries to work on peace, security, and fight against terrorism?
Can I?
Yes.
Can I answer, Neha?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Vishmita, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Would like to just mention, reply to 2 questions. First question was with relation to China and India's approach in the African continent. So when we are discussing the India and Africa relation and this relationship, while we are talking about cooperation and collaboration, we are trying to stay away from any kind of comparison with the Chinese approach in the African continent. Because why do we say that? Because the approach of both the countries is very different. The approach and the mechanism through which they have entered the African continent and engaged with the different players is very different from each other. India and Africa, as you must have heard in the presentations, that there is a historical relationship between both the countries. And due to this old historical relationship, there are various factors involved. You must have heard about the migration, Indian diaspora, which is in Africa. The Indian position in the continent, as we said, that India enjoys goodwill in the African continent, which is very different as compared to any other player in the continent, for that matter, China. So there's a very different outlook towards both the nations, and the way that India has been approaching the African continent through these collaboration programs is also, the mechanism is completely different. If we look at the policies adapted by the India-Africa Forum Summit, the innovations and the techniques that India has proposed, and if we look at the lines of credit which have been granted or the aid by the FOCAP. So both of them are a completely different approach, and that is why we don't want to draw a sort of comparison. But of course, at the same time, we cannot deny the fact that China is there, which is a very strong player in the continent, and the magnitude of its investment is huge. But at the same time, India realizes its strength in the continent, and keeping those strengths in mind, these initiatives like these are very helpful for further collaboration. I think others can also add on their views, but that is what I'd like to mention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sushmita ma'am. other presenters, Dr. Rashnish Gupta sir and Dr. Jyoti Tyagi ma'am. I'd like to know what are your views on this.
Could you please repeat the question about economic diplomacy? There was a question about economic diplomacy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a question on China's debt trap policy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wrote an answer to that question.
Yes.
Shall I read it out?
Yes.
Then? Okay. So the question was how Africa aims to counter China's debt tariff policy. And I answered that massive Chinese loans for building infrastructure saddle African countries with unsustainable debt. So the resulting debt traps threaten African countries' sovereignty as they face potential of ceding strategic assets to China as a form of debt repayment. Now, African countries therefore should think twice about taking up additional loans from China after witnessing Sri Lanka ceding a port. To counter this, African countries must look to other countries like India, Japan, and South Korea and negotiate on terms and conditions and make them public. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I answer?
Lisa,
Yeah.
yes, we would like to hear your views as well.
Sure. So there is a very common phrase in English. You can make fool few people for some time, but you cannot make fool all the people all the times. First of all, there is no competition between India and China in Africa. India has age-old relations with Africa. Contrary to that, China started venturing in last 3 decades or so, and it's seen as a part of the actor in new scramble for Africa. With regard to, I can just prove my views through a very simple example. I think all the students might have heard about the BRI project, One Belt One Road initiative of the China. Initially, when this plan came, about 48 countries opted to join. They agreed to join the program. But in less than 10 years, you see, almost half of the countries have withdrawn from all those projects. Way back in 2007, the Chinese companies got the project to rebuild the railway line in Kenya. And after a few years, Kenyan government withdrawn that project from China. The thing is, India has a very good established goodwill in Africa. Indian products are seen more reliable compared to China. And the Chinese qualities, we all know the reliabilities of the Chinese products in India. So likewise, similar understanding is in Africa. I don't think that that we both are, first of all, competitor, and China is getting exposed by herself. So I think we need to formulate our policies, our initiatives according to our capacity and need of the African countries, regardless of the fact what China is doing there. These are my views on that.
Thank you, sir. Ria, I think there are other questions as well, if you can read it out.
Yes, ma'am. We have one question from the student Shruti. She wants to ask, the Russian-Ukrainian war has unleashed a three-headed hydra of food security, energy, and finance shortages in Africa. further threatening vulnerable Africans. So what will be Africa's plans to deal with this unprecedented crisis? Mr. Samir Bhattacharya, sir, if you could
Hello.
share
Yeah.
your views on this.
Yeah. Actually, there was another question on India's strategy on security in Africa. Some like counter terrorism or something like that, if I remember it well. I was thinking of answering that too.
Samir,
There was
you
a
can
question
carry on.
on,
Yes, you can
yeah,
carry on with the question, with the answer.
yeah,
Yes.
India's what is India's security defense strategy or counter terrorism strategy for Africa? So I just wanted to say that currently India's defense cooperation with Africa ranges from India participates in peacekeeping forces and India train their soldiers in Indian defense schools. India conducts different defense exercises to provide security as and when required. So the presence of Indian soldiers you can find in almost all the African peacekeeping missions, with largest of Indian peacekeepers present in DRC. And then India also, time to time, India also gives financial assistance to these different missions. Like very recently, India has given some money to AU mission in Somalia and also in Mali. So, and another important development in India-Africa collaboration on defense was Defense Def Expo. So, in February 2022, the first India-Africa Defense Minister conclave took place in Lucknow, and during the conclave, many African leaders, defense ministers came and they agreed to deepen their ties with India concerning this fight against terrorism, and also maritime security was a very important part of this discussion. So this year now, this October, it was supposed to take place in March, but now in October, I think 18 to 22, second Def Expo is going to take place in Allahabad. So we will look forward what is the outcome of this discussion. So, and the second question on Russia-Ukraine war. So as I said that at this moment, Russia, because it's an uncertain time. We don't know when the war is going to happen. So Africa is based to source, fight this challenge from different ways. So the African Union head Macky Sall, Senegalese president, he went to Russia. So he convinced president that you start giving us back whatever what we going back to business as usual. Then during this crisis, India is going to, as Pritilata ma'am just said, that India can also be extend, step up and give some more, do some more. India had some, because of domestic problem, India in recently banned wheat, and there was a panic situation in Africa. But now India removed that ban, so India will continue to export wheat probably at a lower price to these countries. India sent last year. India sent lot of food items to Mozambique, and Mozambique particularly when cyclone Idai hit Mozambique. So India is going to take part. Then other countries, many other countries like Japan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Israel. These are all the countries that are interested. So actually, African countries have a lot of options. All they have to do is to stay united and get a good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say a couple of things about
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay, so regarding debt trap and BRI backlash as well. When we are speaking about China's role in Africa, it's very often very contested, and it generally tends to evoke a lot of different kind of mixed feelings and reactions. Now, traditionally, we have seen that a lot of African leaders and countries, they are continuing to lavish praises upon Beijing, upon China's leaders for addressing basically their unmet infrastructural needs, which is huge, billions and billions of dollars. But at the same time, we must note and acknowledge that although there is very growing appreciation for the fact that a lot of China's, all these infrastructure projects under BRI, which they're doing, although they do generate short-term economic benefits, but they're at the same time, their long-term economic viability and risks also, it needs to be managed and questioned. Recent example is the Standard Gauge Railway in Kenya, which we have seen that it's currently unable to generate the revenue back. So these kind of projects, which are economically unviable, these are basically termed as white elephants. And consequently, there has been in many African countries, we have seen that China is facing a sort of a BRI backlash. They are increasing. If the latest FOCAC summit gives us any indication, they're moving away from more big infrastructure projects to much more focusing much more on trade facilitation and market access for African products in Chinese markets. So there are examples. I mean, there are examples galore, like Lamu coal fire plant that got cancelled due to Kenyan civil society and organizations challenging the Chinese non-disclosure clauses and all. And Simandou oil mines in coal ore mines in Guinea. So there are many Bagamoyo port as well in Tanzania. So there are many examples. So and the other thing regarding India's economic diplomacy as well. I mean, yes, certainly trade and investment. We know that it forms the heart of economic diplomacy, and we follow a very different kind of thing. We have seen that we are supporting the AFCFTA. We have been very much a vocal proponent of it. We are trying to see how we can integrate, much more Indian products. I mean, build the supply chains, build manufacturing bases, joint manufacturing bases with in the form of trilateral cooperation as well. So recently we concluded a free trade area with Mauritius as well, and a lot of discussions are going on with COMESA and as well as SACU as well, South African Customs Union. So these are all the ways in which we are conducting our economic diplomacy in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Over to you, Ria.
Thank you so much, sir. So now moving towards the end of this session, I would like to thank our chair, Ms. Ruchita Beri ma'am, and our co-chair, Ms. Kriti Lataram, and all the panelists for such an enlightening session. And special thanks to Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman ma'am.
Ria, just a second. I would like to request Kirti Lata ma'am to summarize the session because she is the co-chair. So give her, yeah.
Ma'am, would you like to summarize the session? You want to focus on few of the points, if you want to highlight the major points? Kirti Lata ma'am?
Yeah, she is the co-chair of the session.
Yeah, I would like to thanks everyone today, the Amity Institute of International Studies and other associations for organizing this international e-conference, VIJIGISHU 2022. It was really very interesting, and we have learned so much things today. And some of the points that have been raised today were really very sincerely exposed by our respected panelists. And it was really very poignant at some part when Dr. Abhishek Mishra talked about the Ukraine and the war, how it's going to affect all the, I can say the world, not only the Africa and the Indian relationship. The world can be affected by this. And it was really very interesting also to note about to take note about China also, where Dr. Jyoti pointed out about the relation with China also, how this also can affect most of us. And Dr. Sushmita talked about education. Education, which is really very important, as we all know, the foundation of to eliminate poverty, as I always say. And here also, I would like to thank India for giving Mauritius so many facilities in this domain for education by, all the bilateral, the multilateral also, and for sponsoring and sending our students for getting increased number of scholarship for our students in Mauritius to go to Africa. And just now, maybe in 1 week, there is a batch leaving from Mauritius to India for the Know India program, where they will have this, the meeting, sharing of experiences, and know about how India is doing in the relationship of India and Mauritius. And to conclude also, I would like to my sincere thanks to Dr. Neha Sinha, our amazing convener and assistant professor of Amity Institute, for giving me this opportunity today to be the co-chair. And also I would like to present my gratitude to Professor Dubé for always encouraging me and inspired me to come forward on this platform like this. And also all the panelists, respected panelists, my congratulations to you and well done. Well done. Hope we come with the Agenda 2063, a very good one. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you also, ma'am, Professor Raman, for this session today. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the speakers, the presenters, and especially our co-chair and the chair for taking up the session so lively. Thank you so much. Over to Ria.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nagalakshmi Raman ma'am, if you'd like to speak few words on the session.
No, not at present. Actually, after hearing from Kirtilata ma'am, she has already summarized it. So I think we are also on time. We have to complete the session. So let's keep the time intact, and just you can formally close the session with the vote of thanks to everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'd like to thank our chair, Ms. Ruchita Beri ma'am, and our co-chair, Ms. Kritilata Ram, and to all the panelists for such an enlightening session, and Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman for coordinating the session that has enabled us, especially the students of AIIS, with a greater understanding on Agenda 2063 and taking stock of India-Africa Development Partnership. We couldn't be more grateful to have received your precious thoughts and time. The valuable inputs that has been fed into this topic today has given all of us a lot to think about, a lot of insight, and a lot of intellectuality for us to look up to. Thank you once again to everyone. To all the panelists, our professors, and everyone attending this session through Zoom and YouTube, I would like to extend my humble thanks on behalf of the Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow, that is 29th of September at 10 a.m. for a second day of the e-conference VIJIGISHU 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Thank you, Rajneesh sir, Sushmita ma'am, Dr. Abhishek, Samir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Rajneesh. Thank you.
So we would be ending the session now. IT team, I think you can end the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.